There we go. Hello, everybody. Let me turn on the, why is it, why is the music not playing now? There we go. Hello. It has been a very long time since I have streamed on a Wednesday, but hello, this is something I just made up in the moment years ago. I'm saying years ago, like a couple months ago, where I just cracked open a bottle of wine on my first Wednesday. And I think it was Sephiroth in chat. It was just like, yeah, wine Wednesdays. So this is technically a wine Wednesday. It wasn't my plan to always drink every Wednesday, and I don't, not every Wednesday stream, but this is definitely a celebratory one to be back on a Wednesday playing the original OG FF7. Redeemed chosen sub emote unlock. I don't even know what that is, but that's great. Let's mosey. I actually wish I knew what that was. Oh, it's one of my emotes, but anyway. So yes, so Wednesdays we do, for anybody who hasn't been here and don't know my technically full week schedule, which is fair because I haven't been on YouTube for very long streaming wise. And I haven't streamed on a Wednesday in over a month. So, because of work, and then there was a work trip. So sometimes I have work trips. Anybody who's been following the Twitch streams knows that I often have had to cancel Wednesdays because I'll be traveling for work. But when I can, my deal schedule is Wednesdays playing the OG FF7, and then Sundays playing Rebirth or something different. Speaking of potentially something different, I am thinking of switching it up this coming Sunday. What do I work as? I work in the field of marketing. I don't want to say too much, only because I'm just afraid of the internet and how doxing gets and whatnot. But yes, I just work in that general field is what I would say. But let me just, I have been thinking about something when it comes to the Sunday stream. We finished Rebirth, and beyond that, right? We can still, there's still Rebirth things to do, right? I still haven't technically be in chapter 14 on hard, and I do want to do that. I do want to do the really hard content. And I've seen enough of you have watched me bang my head against a wall trying to beat bosses for 3 hours throughout my Rebirth hard mode run. So I'm pretty sure you guys would actually watch that. So I've actually never done Gilgamesh Island, even on my personal PS5 playthrough that didn't stream or didn't do anything on. I actually did not play Gilgamesh Island. I unlocked it, but then I was so eager to get to the end of the game that I just push through to the ending, and then I didn't go back. So that's one thing that I need to do. So I will do that. He bailed. It's brutal. And the thing is that when I play it for the first time, I am going to be playing it on hard mode. So shit. So I want to do that. I want to do all the hard stuff. I want to do the side quests with all of you to watch. But we've had so much momentum when it comes to story, talk about the story, breaking things down. Right now, we've been doing obviously theory videos. We'll watch at least one more theory video this Sunday, but I'm thinking of switching it up because I do miss playing games on stream. So I had an idea, and I'm just curious, what do you all think of this potential idea for something to play? So the structure of Sundays, hello, eggs of feelings. So the potential structure of Sundays will be similar to what we usually do. I should probably bring up my face real quick. Will probably be what we usually do, right? Where talk about the news, chit chat a little bit, maybe watch a theory video or two, and then we'll play something. Question is, what's a play? Like I said, a lot of Rebirth content is still to play on stream. We will, but like I said, we've had momentum with story things. So I've been thinking, and I'm just curious what you all think. If starting this Sunday, after we watch some videos, yap a bit, if we maybe start playing this on stream.
Come and get it! Hey!
My friend, your desire is the bringer of life, the gift of the goddess.
You're a little more important than my sword. But just a little.
A soldier trademark.
Oh, you.
Color of the sky, right?
But not scary at all.
Good news, Song. Me and... Cloud.
It means Angeal has betrayed us as well.
And Jill wouldn't betray us. Never! If people had wings, they'd be monsters.
Wings, they don't symbolize monsters.
Your glory should have been mine.
How petty.
In hindsight, perhaps.
What the hell did you do, Angeal?
Well, look who's here.
Depending on what happens, I may abandon Shinra.
Angels dream of one thing,
Please, tell me.
to be human.
Legend shall speak of sacrifice at world's end.
So somebody in chat, well, there's a few things in chat that chat has already brought up that is good. I just want to get like a good background to stop on as we chat a little bit. So hey, Farthers. So as you can see behind me, I'm considering starting this Sunday. 2022 feels so long ago. It's crazy. But this Sunday, thinking of doing like I said, I kind of miss playing a game on Sunday. It's fun to chat and to yap. One thing kicks the shit out of my throat for one. But I actually do miss like playing games with you all and like talking about scenes and stuff like that. So thinking of like doing some chit chat to start streams on Sunday, and then also starting our Crisis Core playthrough. I think it was Stefaroth, yeah, in chat mentioned gonna need Sleep Easy to stop in. That's already been arranged. I don't know exactly when it'll be. I was literally chatting with him today about it, and I was like, well, you know, what would make most sense is for you to sort of like join when we experience it all, and we could talk it out a little bit. But he's like such the Crisis Core guy that it might actually be helpful to talk to him maybe before we start the playthrough. So I don't know. I don't even know he's available on Sunday. But to potentially like yap a little bit about, you know, what it is I should be looking for in this playthrough. Like what should I sort of like concentrate on? What should I be thinking about? Some things that he's been thinking about. It's like take into consideration as I play it. Backgrounds also for myself, because I've seen references in the chat, like somebody mentioned that the new VA for Genesis made it so much better to enjoy Crisis Core than him in Crisis Core specifically. And I agree. Crisis Core Reunion, I really did not like Genesis at all back on the original like PSP version. But with the new VA, I think it is better. You know, when it comes to like Caleb and his Zack, you know, probably Rick Gomez probably is better technically as Zack in Crisis Core. Because I think they had Caleb just try to like summon that same sort of energy and performance, but he's just a different performer. So I think it plays a little bit differently with Caleb's Zack, but Caleb's Zack I loved in Rebirth, for example. I think once he was finally given his own game to do his own thing with the character, I think he really did a great job with it. And I'm not generally the biggest Crisis Core fan. I like some aspects. I like some characters. I struggle a bit with like the dialogue writing. But I understand that it's important to the lore and it's important to whatever they're building. Especially given that they, you know, put it out. They re-released it as part of this like trilogy experience. So especially having gone through Rebirth and seeing Loveless G Edition and you know, just taking in the story and the lore and where it's going, it might be interesting to go back and revisit Crisis Core. And there may be things that we pick up on that maybe we didn't pick up on before in prior playthroughs of Crisis Core. So I think it'd be really good to sort of like check that game out as we're doing this like real deep dive into everything FF7. I have played Reunion. I don't know if you were farthers. I played Reunion when it came out. And I liked it more than my first playthrough. Just because of like, I mean, really, Sleepy's videos helped me. You know, like the way he describes the story gave me an appreciation for the story in a way that it didn't have before. I think the new voice actors also helped me like pay attention to it a little bit more. Actually, like with Reunion, I actually really like the combat quite a bit. Like the remake, I mean, it's still technically the same system, but it just felt a lot better. I had a really fun time playing the game. And I played that on hard my first playthrough. I didn't beat it on hard because then I reached the fight with Hollander in hard mode, and he just whooped my ass. And so from there, I like dropped it to like normal and I was like, I just want to beat the game. So, you know, I didn't play the entire thing on hard. And apparently it's like a known thing with Crisis Core. Like there's a certain part in the story in the game where like the difficulty spikes like crazy. And for me, it was that Hollander fight. But yeah, I think it's important. So let's see. That'd be cool. Never played. Yeah. Great. So it seems like you guys would be into it. Just showing the stream with some new info dropped on FF7 Part 3. So Torieta, there's a bunch of stuff that was dropped. And I talked about all the new info on Sunday stream. So let me grab that link and share it in chat. So if you go to the Sunday stream, we talked for like 3 hours about all the new like interviews related to Part 3. So you can check out Sunday's stream. And where are the two things? Oh, did I never go live on my like scheduled video? Oh, shoot. When I went live, oh, sorry, shoot. Hold on, sorry. I had scheduled, hey, sorry, on OBS, I forgot to start the scheduled thing in OBS. Stream is live now here. Shoot. it's a tricky thing with YouTube streaming. Shit. Streaming shit. Streaming shit. Stream here. Pin that on that one too. Damn it. Yeah, I had 2 live YouTubes. I didn't realize because I need to like, when you go live on OBS in the YouTube section, you have to like pick from a drop down. I just forgot to pick in the drop down. Fuck. Hold on, sorry. I just want to see if there's like a way I can get my proper like thumbnail on that and whatnot. It's so annoying. Why is YouTube like so archaic in that way? Jesus Christ. That's why, and now I know why someone asked in chat, like, was there new news? Because it's like using my old info and everything. Oh man. Shit. Sorry. Give me 1 second. Why is it like that? I'll delete the other one because, man, that's really annoying. It also makes it much easier for people to just like see it. Okay, I can get the thumbnail in there. Okay. Well, that didn't go quite as planned, but hopefully everything's better now. Sorry, I just want to double check. Okay, at least it looks normal now. If you come to my YouTube, it has a thumbnail, the right title. Okay. Okay. Now we should be good. Jeez. I forgot what I was talking about. So we're talking about Crisis Core. So yeah, we'll check that out. But let's get back into the right headspace and everything. So yeah, thank you, Easy Mid. Oh, what was that? 8 bits. Thank you so much for the bits. So yeah, so we'll check out Crisis Core. I don't know if I ever dropped that link in the chat for Totoro of the actual like news updates too. Let me grab that link. So back on Sunday, like I said, we this is the Sunday stream where we talked about the news, where we covered thank you so much, Krimiko. We covered the news. It looks like you already had seen it, but just linking it again. So yeah, nothing new since Sunday. I just had the wrong title. Because yeah, you already know OBS stuff. But so again, Sunday, we'll chat about some stuff. We'll check out some theory videos. We will play Crisis Core, which will be fun. I've grown to like, you know, it's still not my favorite. I still wish the dialogue was better written, but when you don't hold it like the same sort of like thing as what the OG was, and just like accept it for what it is, it's really enjoyable. Crisis Core is my favorite entry in what the it's what made the 7 universe my favorite in the series. And there are people like Jesse who do love it, right? I enjoy it for like what it is, and I think, like I said, there's important like lore stuff to it. And I think it's gonna be even more important now with everything they're building with the Remake trilogy. Cool. So I gotta update this mod again. So yeah, so today, like I said, we don't yap too much on Wednesdays because it's a later start time, and so the streams aren't as long. So we usually go to like 3.5, 4 hours or so. So Eastern time, probably gonna it's like 11:30 ish today. And then and yeah, so we tend to jump into the game pretty quickly. So let me just move things over to where they should be on my other monitor. And let's start the game up. So this is a really cool mod if you guys haven't seen this. So this mod is the Shinra Archeology Cut. There's actually a bunch of mods that I have installed. But the cool thing about this mod is that it restores cut content. It has a completely updated translation, because obviously the original translation of the game was not the greatest. So shit. Words got all tangled. So this has a all new translation. I have a bunch of like graphics mods. One of the mods that I have is Tifa and her Advent Children outfit, which is really cool looking because I love the Tifa Advent Children drip. I just need to hide the taskbar for myself. So I could full screen this. Okay. Let me double check chat. Full screen for the sentence, I guarantee that's fine. Jelly. Do you think that if part 3 confirms the trilogy to be a requel, remake, sequel, the criticism of story changes lose weight? I don't know. I would say probably not completely. I do think there are like storytelling, like aspects of like the telling of the story that could be better in hindsight, right? Like the ending of Rebirth, once we actually know where part 3 goes, we might go, oh, their decision to sort of like do the end of Rebirth the way they did, you know, in hindsight is actually great, you know, like amazing. Oh, now I totally get it. Totally see the vision, but it doesn't also like, you know, still fix for me at least certain things like the speed from going to like Red 13 or Nanaki, you know, talking to his dad and like that whole moment with Setsu, and then just how quickly the whiplash of like that, it's like the Gina talk entrance is like just still jarring, you know. It's like moments like that might still have criticism. Moments like how they handled Dine would probably still have criticism because like it's a very like isolated sort of like scene that people just have issues with. They're like, oh, that's not the Dine scene that I know. I talked about it on stream. I liked it more than most, I think. So I think there'll still be criticisms, and I think there should be criticism. I'm totally cool with criticisms. I just want good criticisms. So yeah, I think there will probably still be criticisms, and it won't probably like absolve everything in terms of like what people think of it. So this mod, if you all haven't seen it, there's a very cool like Gaia mod of the OG FF7, which is just so sick. Oh, do I have double chat? Is that like chat ghosting going on here? Oh yeah, I have a second chat thing. Hold on. There we go. because I had just my Twitch chat, and now this is the new combined chat. So yeah, this is a really cool mod that lets you, as you can see, just way more freedom and movement in the map. You can actually like see the full like curvature of the earth, and it's even cooler in the high wind. So I can't wait to till we unlock the high wind so we can check that out. So the next stop in the playthrough, so we just did, ironically enough, because I was just talking about it, we just did Dine and all of that. So we are going to head to Gongaga, which is a lot shorter in the OG. So we might get through a few different, do I have Yuffie yet? I don't have Yuffie. So we might get through a few different towns in tonight. So we might get through, we'll definitely do Gongaga. We will most likely also get through Cosmo Canyon, and we might even start Nibelheim. Depends on how long it all takes, which usually isn't that long. I also have this sort of like more remake look on the menu. So like I said, I have a few mods that I just personally really like. Since I missed the last game stream, how do you feel about the original versus Rebirth Dine scene? We did a big breakdown of it. I really do need to like clip it and turn it into a video. In short, what we talked about on stream was, I got the sense that the original Dine scene was a lot more focused on Dine, you know, like the tragedy of Dine, and really emphasized that, and was written toward that. I don't have the Echo S mod, and I couldn't have the Echo S mod with the Shinra Archeology Cut because it's a whole new translation. So like the words are different. And I'm just not like some of the voice acting is good. I'm not a fan of like all the voice acting. So yeah, so I think original version of the Dine scene was very much focused on like the tragedy of Dine. This is super loud, holy moly. Hold on, give me 1 second. Volume mixer. It was very much like more focus on Dine, and like his tragedy. Whereas I think the Rebirth version was, I guess, more focused on Barret, and you know, like you're gonna have to carry this on, etc., etc. So they sort of like changed the weight of it, like the focus from like Dine to like more to Barret. And when you look at it that way, I get the change in some ways. I don't hate the changes, or I don't dislike them as much as most people. There's some people who are very against it. I have good friends who really don't like how they handled the Barret Dine thing. I think like the broad sort of like scope of like what happened is still relatively the same. He just doesn't go so crazy that he wants to kill his daughter, which I sort of get, but is also like, shit, man. You know, like, does it need to be that dark? You know, it's messed up, but is it, I don't know. Is it like the most amazing thing that he like decides to try to kill Marlene? It's bold. Yeah. It's an OG, comes across like cartoon villain. I don't know if I would go that far, but like I think there's reason for why he is the way that he is. There's like some scenes in the original way it plays out that I really love. Like the way that he questions, shoot, what was it? I'll have to do like a cut of like my playthrough of it, but there was like a couple lines of dialogue in the OG was like, ooh, where he was like really questioning Barret and like his perspective and like Shinra, and it was like the line where he's like, oh, if you could understand me, would that be better? Like, what does it matter that I chose the things that I chose? Like, would it really make it better if you actually understood it? Like, it wouldn't really change anything, right? I forgot the exact words, but it was something like that, and I was like, ooh, like that's really damn good. So yeah, there are things like that that I really like in the OG. I don't know why I still have the world music playing here. Oh, okay. There we go. You're rude. Who are you into? Why are you blushing? Come on, somebody you like. Tifa. Understandable, right? Yeah, you don't say. Guess you're in a tough spot too. Poor Elena. Pretty sure she's got a thing for you. No, she's into Sung. First I'm hearing, but Sung's like that. Sung likes that ancient chick. What are they talking about? The Turks were the original shippers, I guess. It's ridiculous. All they ever talk about is who they like or don't like, but Sung is different. Huh? Oh no. Elena with a very like oblivious her very like oblivious reaction to like situational awareness, which they definitely like played up in Rebirth. Hey, they're here. They actually showed up. Well, guess it's showtime. Don't go pulling punches, Rude. If she's with them, I'll do my job. All right, you guys. All right, you guys got it from here. I'll go report to Chief Sung. Long time no see. Oh, that's Reno. Long time no see. It's time to pay you back about the Sector 7. You know, way get lost. Don't know what you're on about. These options, I don't remember these options actually. I don't like being trifled with. This is as far as you go. We do fight though, I do remember that. So yeah, this is a mod, so all throughout this you'll probably be like, I don't remember, this is just new, and usually it isn't. I'm just like, because there's also new language, it's just surprising to me sometimes, some of the words they use. Probably my biggest issue with the, like when I first played the new Dine Scene, was I really was not a fan of, like just how Shinra showed up. Like I know they made some deep like logic for it in terms of like Elena was out scouting, like she was looking for, you know, for Dine, or for whoever the person was. But just like how quickly, there's like literally like the direction of the scene, like when they come in, how they come in, like why they come in, like that stuff, just like, it's just like very sudden. Yeah, so as I mentioned, I have like really good friends like Odie and Chad who just mentioned we may or may not have a 45-minute video rambling about the Dine Scene coming out Sunday. I know they've been working on that video for a long time, so they're gonna have a big breakdown of like why the Rebirth Dine Scene sucks. So if like you really want some validation on feelings about the Dine Scene, tune into Last Elixir Productions YouTube channel because they've got you covered. It was a little too perfect timing. Yeah. It was like in a movie scene but doesn't fully fit in. Oh, and thank you, Steed, for subscribing for 2 months. Thank you so much. Steed, we checked out his video on Sunday too, as well. His Rebirth video. As Rude. Bitch is out. It's cool to hate on Final Fantasy currently. I have no idea as to why. You know, for some people, like there's definitely like an audience there for some people. Yeah, you know, it's funny because I think like some of the lingering animosity toward Final Fantasy that may be captured in some of those like YouTube channels, I felt toward Final Fantasy and Square Enix for like a while. Like I stopped playing Final Fantasy for a little while. Like 12 didn't fully capture me. I skipped 13, skipped 11 and 14 because like, oh, I'm not an MMO guy, so I'm not even gonna bother. Even though since I've gone back to 14. 15 just like started slow with like the pushing the car thing, and I'm at a gas station, and so like I tried 15 and like I couldn't get into it. So like I quit 15 also, and there was really 7 Remake that like brought me back, even with like some of its issues, you know, with the weird ghosts and like things that like intuitively were like, oh, were weird compilation things or weird is weird stuff happening. For whatever reason, it just worked for me in Remake, even when like it, you know, created big questions and you're like, oh, are they gonna mess it up? It was still just like interesting, and so that got me back in. And then I went back, beat 15, played and beat 15, tried 12 again, still couldn't get super into it and quit halfway. Did 14, played that all the way through, and I'm totally caught up on 14. So it was actually 7 Remake that brought me back. So some of my like feelings toward like, oh man, it feels like they've dropped the ball on what Final Fantasy is, has kind of like gone away from me, but seems to still like linger for some people. Like I love the combat of the Remake series. I love the dialogue writing. I like so much of it that, you know, it felt like it recaptured what I loved about FF. You know, so that's my journey at least. Is it just me or is there something off? It's like they knew we were coming. We were followed? No, I would have picked up on that. But then that must mean this is the first like hints, obviously, right, of Kate Sith. What? You saying there's a spy? Nah, no way. I don't even want to think about there being a spy. I trust all of you guys. So I know I need to like switch my party up actually. Because I need to get Aerith in here. But there's also a Barret scene. So, or maybe because I did save before I walked in here. Odie, it doesn't matter if I like leave after that Cirque scene, right? I can leave, change my party up, and then like save, and then do everything, reload the save, switch the characters again, and then play Gongaga again, right? Because like there's 2 things to see as far as I understand in Gongaga. There's a new Aerith thing, but I think Tifa should also be there. From what I heard, like one party should be Tifa and Aerith, and then the other one should be Barret and anybody. Keep Barret, walk into town, talk to someone, ask for their story, walk back out, switch in Aerith, go talk to Zack's parents. Okay. I should go left first, right? Because that's the Scarlet thing. Because that's just like a separate thing. Like that might be cool to just do first. Sorry, for those who don't know, Odie in chat helped make this mod, so he's a little bit of like my guide. Doesn't really matter. Okay. Yeah, because this is like a version of the game in terms of like the dialogue being dependent on who's in your party. I mean, this is back when like you could only have a certain 3 characters in. So yeah. I don't mind people's criticizing game that has points that deserve criticism, more that it's actually hating on the games. Yeah. Like I just talk about things that I liked, that I didn't like as much, you know, like kind of a normal person. There's like a lot of entertainment value in, you know, bumping up the like anger and the hatred and stuff. Oh shit. It's like I get that. Exactly, these people are always trying to downplay the games, play up the games. I don't know. Some spaces I'm in throw terms like Marvelization, Disneyfication when critiquing FSR, and I find their arguments disingenuous or in bad faith. Or they're just like, you know, he who shall not be named, because I don't want to like give the satisfaction of it, right? There's like one particular YouTuber who I'm sure you're all aware of, who like is one of the lead critics in terms of like that like Disneyfication and stuff. And like, look, I'm not the biggest fan either of like going into the gold saucer. Suddenly everyone knows the synchronized like dance routine and all that stuff, right? Like also, yes, that's like a bit strange to me, a little strange to me. Like it's not my, like personally, I wasn't like, why suddenly was like you know, Dio showing up and like greeting us personally when we happen to come to the Gold Saucer. At worst, it's like very conveniently timed. In another way, it's like sort of just very like shoehorned in or like contrived. But to just like call that Disneyfication is bullshit, bro. That's just anime shit. It's anime shit, you know? And like, it's a Japanese developer. It's still a Japanese game, you know? Like, it added in some like more anime elements and influences. At least it's how it's been explained to me. I'm like, that makes sense, right? But anyway. Kimberly says never heard of the choreography materia. Is there someone in particular I'm supposed to talk to? I know it's not the parents. When the Mako reactor exploded 3 years ago, my husband... Literally anyone? Well, I talked to someone. I had Barret in my party. Oh, maybe I need to, like, start this part, though. A ruined Mako reactor. Hi, SubTXT, been looking, but just thought I would chime in. As much as I do love the remake series, the main issue is with how it handles atmosphere. The original game knew how to let its special moments just set and marinate in silence, with the scene with Dyne and the OG is more quiet and somber. Same with the 67 play collapse, and the remake is all bombastic with the generic action music playing in the background. Yeah. I totally, you know, I agree with that, for sure. Yeah, critic. I don't think I can call him a critic. Well, you know. Well, okay, you're just saying like stuff to anybody. I'm gonna try to talk to these guys again. Trying to get this Barret scene. Can I help you? Just wants to chat. Now leave. So nothing happened with Barret though. No Gak, no Genesis. I will summon Meteor if he pulls up. So am I now switching Barret out? Keep going? Keep going like out or in? Sorry. No leaf. Okay. Oh, here it is. So everyone in chat, so this is a deleted Barret scene, apparently, in the Gongaga section. So yeah. So those Shinra bastards built these reactors looking to make money, and this is the result. You saw that village. It's always the powerless who suffer the fallout of Shinra's tyranny. That's the world we live in now. Those with power rule over those with none. But I can't let it go. That's why I formed Avalanche, why I'm fighting Shinra, to change the world, to make it something better. So it's like a little more background on him. Hey Cloud, you gonna keep fighting with us, ain't you? We need you. I could do the dick response, like the RP Cloud asshole response, but I think I'll do the count on it. Thanks. So a simple scene, right? So you get a little bit more context for him. This got unused on accident because it shares a variable with the scene in the church in the vanilla game. So yeah, so that's that scene and where that comes from. I agree. I always love the anime stuff, but you can't. But you can let it go. It's not that deep. Yeah. A game with playable Genesis has been my dream for 19 years. Well, we'll see. Only logic. What's an Indian person? Yeah. At the same time, I get why they want to make a bigger soundtrack. Yeah. In terms of like the soundtrack point, I was thinking of playing this on hold on. I might as well just do it now since we're like talking about it. But there was a that in terms of like some of the changes, like one change that has been talked about quite a bit is like some of the music changes, right? So the Platefall music change, other music changes. For example, like a big one is actually like Birth of a God not being during the Bizarro Sephiroth fight like it was in the OG. I think we will get Birth of God. Like, there's no way we don't get Birth of a God. But it's like glaring because like you associate it with that version of like the big Sephiroth boss, Bizarro Sephiroth, aka Sephiroth Reborn. So it was like, I was like, oh man, did they cut Birth of a God? No, I think we will get it. It's just that's a near end game song, so I think they're saving it for that, or maybe even like maybe a fight where, you know, in the Northern Crater, even before the end of the game, like we may get it once like Sephiroth gets to Black Materia and is kind of like more properly reborn in a way. I think they'll bring it back, but it does make me think about this. It's like I said, there have been some music changes that people haven't been a big fan of. And one of them is, for example, in terms of like atmosphere. And I thought the same thing too. I mentioned this to a couple friends. They still wish Wall Market had this music. Let me pull it up. But so obviously Wall Market has different music than what was in the original, right? Like in the original, they had the music that was essentially what they ended up using for what's the name of the Beck's Badasses or whatever. Like they ended up getting like the original Wall Market music, the sort of like funky music. So there's a mod for this Wall Market music to bring the original, like a version of the original Wall Market music back to Remake. Let me pull it up. And for me personally, again, mileage may vary, but I was like, oh yeah, that actually sounds like a cool mod. I might install that mod. But like in practice, I mean, it is still cool. Don't get me wrong. It still works. But watching this the other day, I was like, the energy though, like the way Wall Market looks in like 3D, at least for me, it actually kind of felt a little low energy here when they popped in the original music. Like it works, but at the very least, even if I'm not a fan of the new Wall Market music, I kind of understand why you would maybe drop that in development, being like, oh, this feels a little weird for this like almost like Vegas looking sort of like environment that they built, and that they might want to sort of like mix it up, maybe make something a little bit higher energy. You know, whether that worked 100% or not, I at least sort of like understand, you know, maybe why they thought it was like didn't quite fit anymore. Mark in general is better in Remake. I guess I'm alone in this was Natalie. Who's saying what? Love Wall Market so much. Hated Wall Market in FF7R. It's low energy, you're right, yeah. Oh, what happened? Oh, it ended. Track doesn't really fit Remake Wall Market, yeah. Yeah, it was kind of interesting to like see it, right? To actually look at it. Be like, huh. Doesn't quite fit. So again, like I get it, right? Like I get why maybe they would change their mind on like having that music, even though it's like iconic, like the Wall Market music. When you actually do it, you're like, huh. Maybe it doesn't work quite as well, you know? The Oppressed, and that was the name of the original Wall Market song, right? It was originally written as Sid's theme, which is why it's also Rocket Town's music. Oh, interesting. I like the original tune. Now it conveys Wall Market's a bit sleazy and gross, but I don't know. It still doesn't work. Yeah. So give me 1 second. I'm going to, well, first, let me just, before I forget, let me swap out, bring Aerith in. And let me just get more wine, use the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. Oh, why isn't it playing? It's not playing my BRB music. Because all my music is messed up. For whatever reason, in all these scenes. Hold on. I just want to fix it, just for later, in case I do another BRB. There it is. There it is. Anyway. All right. Yeah, so now we're gonna check out. Yes, I did get more wine. One Wednesday. So I really need to. Do I have like a tent? I can go to sleep in Gongaga. What's up? Love all your content. Thank you so much, Leland. What's going on? Yeah, and I think you were in chat before, right? Like another, maybe even on Sunday, pretty sure. But yeah, we have the yeah, this is the chibis. We have a ton of mods. We have a ton of mods. If you stick around, I'm gonna show you the planet mod. Because that one's really cool. Let's go talk to Zack's parents. The Traveler, huh? Wait, that glow in your eyes. You're a soldier, aren't you? Also, Odie, if there's anything else special that we need to do to trigger anything while we're here, just let me know. The Traveler, huh? Wait, that glow in your eyes. You're a soldier, aren't you? My goodness, it's true. You wouldn't happen to know our son, would you? Zack's his name. He couldn't stand being in the country anymore, so he went to go live in the city. It was nearly 10 years ago. Check the shelf after? Okay. In Rebirth, Ella is hella strange during the scene. Her and Tifa are whispering, and it's not shown what they said. Yeah, I mean, obviously they've been like talking about it, you know, off screen. Just up and left one day. Said he was gonna become a soldier. Also, how much does his dad look like him? Right, like Zack looks so much like his dad in the remake Rebirth. They ring a bell? You know any Zacks in Soldier? No, can't say I do. Zack. Do you know him, young lady? Come to think of it, he mentioned getting a girlfriend in a letter he wrote. Must have been 6 or 7 years ago. Could you be her? Zack, the soldier. So even Tifa, right? Like even Tifa here is having a moment because she remembers Zack, the soldier. What's the matter with those two? Check the shelf. There's a letter here. Ooh, new content, chat. New content. Dear Dad and Mom, hope you're doing well. I'm sorry for leaving town so suddenly. It's just that I really wanted to become a soldier, and I had a feeling you'd get worried if I told you. Now my biggest wish has come true, and I'm giving it everything I've got in soldier. P.S. I got a girlfriend. Zack. You just said it so straight. She's like, got a girlfriend. Yes. To think he hasn't contacted us in 10 whole years. What a son. I mean, he didn't just, like, there's a reason he's not talking to you for 10 years. She's almost implying he's a bad son there. We'll just catch up and chat. Hope there's a scenes, third installment. I hope the Doom world shift after Northern Crater is everything I want it to be in Remake Part 3. That's gonna be cool, yeah. I feel like Aerith probably told Tifa everything, yeah. Well, that line makes a lot more sense with Rebirth's whole, who could tire of it? Everyone, eventually, banter. I never caught that. What line is that? Actually, what is the, who could tire of it? Everyone, eventually. What line was that from? I don't remember that part. I always felt that was such a wild assumption. Could you be her? Random girl many years later? Yeah. I can see why the devs say people have different views of OG with a lot of party dependent dialogue. Yeah. I keep wondering if they are going to put the original idea where Cloud and Tifa are coming out of the Chocobo stable in Part 3, because if that was the original idea for Under the High Wind. Oh, and actually, Josh, I think Odie and Shaq could probably mention, I think they may have also made that change in this mod. I have like a vague recollection of like something about a Chocobo stable scene, unless maybe I'm just like thinking of the last Elixir video. There may have been a video about it. Damn, I missed this letter. So Kaio Comic, that letter is part of this Shinra Archeology mod. So it wasn't in the original game, as far as I understand. Shinra Archeology mod. So yeah, anybody in chat who wants to check out this mod themselves, it's on the Seventh Heaven mod manager, so you can just find it there. But here is a link I'll drop in chat to this mod. Again, it's a updated translation of the original, as well as like it has cut content. So content that was originally planned for FF7 and then just didn't make it into the game. It's been restored by the guys at Shinra Archeology. Me, Gongaga. Yeah. Oh, Kaio Comic, you were using the mod. Okay. Yeah, there's still missable stuff in the mod. Thankfully, I know Odie and some of the people who worked on this mod, so they're really helping me find this. PC, yeah, it's a PC thing. You should never met anyone in Soldier named Cloud? Yeah. The pre-rendered backgrounds are really nice, right? Let's talk to Aerith first. Aerith? Sorry, I just got taken off guard. I have no idea Zack came from this village. He's someone you know? Didn't I tell you? He was the first guy I ever loved. Oh, I blocked it out in my PTSD. Zack, a soldier first class, just like you. Only a handful of people make first class. Strange I've never heard of him. Well, it doesn't matter now. The past is the past. It just got me worried, seeing as he's disappeared and all. Disappeared? I think it was 5 years ago. He went on a job, and that was the last I ever heard. He was a real ladies' man, though. I'm sure he just met another girl somewhere. Huh? What's wrong? Lucky son of a... Guess I'm worried too. I mean, it's not a big deal, but I wish he'd at least get in touch with his parents. Anyway, let's get going, Cloud. Interesting that like OG version of Aerith, you know, before Crisis Core, kind of like seemed to imply that she had some awareness of what happens to Zack. Interesting, like the original version, even with the restored, like the updated translation, just like she really was not aware of what happened with Zack in any way. Yeah, it's amazing there was any stuff on the cutting room floor to find, considering the devs trashed everything after they were done developing. Well, I think there were like dev documents, even from the Ultimania. Like I think a lot of the stuff that's like been added here was mentioned in the Ultimanias around the original FF7. But yeah, a lot of stuff doesn't exist anymore apparently, as Hamaguchi talked about the other day. Zack, you know him? No, I don't. See how quickly defensive she is? Sure seems like you do. I told you I don't know him. Okay. Though he sure sounds a lot like you. Leaving town saying you were going to become a soldier. What a Cloud thing to do. I'm sure there were a lot of guys doing that back then. But you actually went and made it happen. Out of all those other guys, you became a soldier. I really admire you for that. Give it all I had. I guess hard work pays off, huh? You know, it makes me so proud, you becoming a soldier like that. As proud as I'd be if I'd done it myself. Anyway, thanks for being concerned about me, Cloud. This is a really nice moment, right? Like, this is a really, really well written, because you get the defensiveness from Tifa, which you understand the context for later. But then also just like the moment between them is really, really nice. And if there's anybody who needs validation, it's Cloud. As we find out in the live stream sequence, he's quite insecure. So like being recognized as like, you know, being proud of like the accomplishment, probably means quite a bit. The game itself is a load of cut content on the disc. And the Ultimania Omega and 20th anniversary Ultimania have a lot of development materials. So that's how they piece this together. Finding the files, which are already there. And then also finding the context for, you know, Odie could probably explain it better, but like how it fits in and all of that. This here's the village of Gongaga. We lost a lot of people years back in a Mako reactor explosion. Yeah, I know that. Shinra told us our lives would be happy once the reactor was built. But all it brought was sadness. So much like Corel, which we just experienced. I'm gonna rob you now. I'm gonna rob you to help spy among us. To give you an idea, since your last episode, we found a bunch of cut stuff from the Dyne boss fight. Oh my god, really? So there may be an updated version of this mod maybe one day where we get more of that Dyne content then. Possibly, right, Odie? Hey, Sub, the game's looking great. Do you have the list of your enabled mods pinned somewhere? I don't, but I should do that. Real quick, I can probably flash it up on screen. 7-7. Shoot. Might need to do it. How can I do this? Window cap. If I had like monitor capture on, that'd be the best way to do it. But here we go. Mod manager. So the ones that I have enabled. Oops. So I have the Sunamods Retouch, Cosmos FMV 30 FPS, 60-30 FPS gameplay, the Nino style Chibi, Nino style Battle, SYW United Battle textures, Axel Rose Blender V1, Nino style Chibi, And then they have the fixes, because the fixes, I think, help with specifically with the Shinra Archeology Cut, with like facial aspects. Like they're like, if you don't have this along with the Shinra Archeology Cut, because there's like new animations and stuff, there will be some characters who their heads are missing. And then it also has like different things you can enable. Like this is how I got Tifa's Advent Children outfit, Cosmos Limit Break, Cosmos Memory, the gameplay tweaks. So I have like some like double XP stuff like that to help like leveling up and materia growth happen a little bit faster. Enhanced stock UI, the Shinra Archeology Cut, which is like all of this content, FFNX, FF7 music, unified minigame textures, unified spell textures, and Cosmos Gaia. So that is how the world map looks the way that it does. So yeah. So I'll probably post all of those maybe in the description of the stream, like the description of the video, for people to sort of like copy. But yeah. The pre-rendered backgrounds in CJEC cutscene models are what's lost. That's why you can never do proper upscale. They never pre-rendered. They pre-rendered backgrounds were made in SGX workstations. Oh wow. Can't be surprised Aerith thought Zack moved on, considering the only info she got from the planet was that he was alive. Nothing about being in a coma, just that he was alive, only to learn after 5 years he's dead. It's quite interesting how she explicitly compares Cloud to Zack here. Yeah, in terms of like their also like for the player, if you're playing without knowledge of like the context, it just shows like their similarities as people, and like why then maybe you might doubt some of the stuff that's revealed later until the live stream sequence, or like it really comes through. Yeah, like it's almost like plausible deniability, right? It's like it's understandable why they might get mistaken, but you don't think it goes as far as it does go once it's fully revealed. And impressive how different is the dialogue with Tifa and Gongaga and 7 are, so much deeper. Zack's ghosting to another level. I'll be happy seeing the proper translation of the live stream sequence. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to that. I'm really looking forward to getting to the live stream sequence. I think that's something that Odie and them kind of like gave me a heads up that I think, if I'm not mistaken, that the live stream sequence translation is a lot better. And from what I understand, the second disc in general, I've heard the translation suffered the most in the original was the second disc because of like how quickly they were getting through it. So from what I understand, there's a lot of the big things we might notice in this playthrough are going to be in the second disc. This one's a chat. It's been a while now since the reactor exploded, but you can still find signs of the damage all over the village. All right, let's actually nap because I have like no MP. Given how Zack was added so late in development, it would attribute a lot of inconsistencies. Yeah, for sure. SubTXT gonna post a clip of your mod list in case people want to. Yeah, for sure. Totally. I think it's less mean and more just oblivious, but her friends are mean to Cloud. I'm also looking forward to what they do with Vincent. I think there's a lot of room for improvement. Oh, for sure. I think like, I think Vincent is, I've said this before, you know, so maybe controversial even, but like, I just think they never really developed Vincent that much in the original. Like he has some cool scenes like with Hojo and obviously Lucrezia and whatnot, but like he was a bit more of like a character with a really cool design versus like a really cool character, like a deep character. And obviously they've been building stuff with him through like Dirge and other stuff over time, but I'm really looking forward to how they can really make him a character in part 3 especially. Some items. What do they got? Do they need anything? Maybe use a couple tents. I'm gonna need golden needles with the frickin' ghee. Oh shit. Is there a weapon vendor? Who's this guy? That was just accessories. Headband. Befuddlement. What is befuddlement magic? Odie, explain this translation. What is befuddlement? Time cleansing transformation. Befuddlement. I mean, it's a cool word. I like that word. But I'm trying to remember what that could possibly be. WTF is befuddlement. That's what it's called in Remake? Really? What does it do exactly? Like, what spell is under befuddlement? Is there a confusion spell? I don't sort of remember confuse has a spell, but I didn't use everything, so. Oh my god. Natalie, I don't think I ever knew that was climbable. Because I never used this thing. I never used the thing that shows me like the exits and all that stuff. I rarely use it. So I had no idea. I don't know if I've ever been up here. I thought it was just like a thing holding up the roof. What's up, Sex? Hey, Grantel. I don't think I've ever noticed that. Holy shit. That's really funny. That's kind of embarrassing, actually. What kind of an FF7 fan am I? Jeez. Besides, this guy wasn't in Gongaga and Rebirth. He would have been cool. Yeah. There's a cool thing about old games. You see, yeah, discovering things. Well, who cares? You're a great gamer. Thanks. Let's chat with this guy too. A huge explosion happened. Some townspeople died. Yeah, we know that. That's the amazing thing about this game. Years later, you find stuff. Yeah, like the door in Midial, the door to another world in Midial, which I don't know if any of you have seen or remember, but there is a random shop in Midial where you go and you like try to use the door, and the shopkeeper is like, "Oh yeah, that goes to another world." Then you're like, "Wait, what?" Thank you, Pootie, for subscribing. Thank you so much. It's always fun to like do these like Wednesday streams. I just love playing OG too. It's been so long. What's happening, Sub? How you doing, brother? I'm doing good. I got some wine. It's the Wine Wednesday. You know, we just chill out. We play a little FF7 OG with some crazy cool mods. Thank you for subbing, Krimiko. You know, I love these mods. We're about to check out the Planet mod, and thank you for the hype train on Twitch. So definitely, like, anytime these trains are going, you know, bits, subs, all that stuff are heavily appreciated. Let's check out Scarlet's sexy ass. I will say for Rebirth, there's a lot of NPCs dialogue that I'm still finding too. Yeah, I was just talking about one with Sleep Easy today, because I sent him video. What is that? Because I sent him video of a Cosmo Canyon, a Gold Saucer NPC dialogue. I've turned his ass into a frog. Hell yeah. Of some like dialogue that we watched together, that we played in Gold Saucer in Rebirth, where there's this like couple. SubTXT, you know when Sleepy's Rebirth video is coming out? I don't know. He's still like, he has a lot to do for that, from what I understand. He's very busy with work and very different like job situation in a good way, you know, for his real life. From what I understand, it's a very different, oh my god, take Ceratops! Just a very different work situation in a good way, just more, you know, busier and just like more, just working a lot more, compared to, I think, when he was making those like Rebirth videos. So just has less time to do them. So it's taking him a bit longer. Now, if we want to talk about changes to Rebirth, this was the most offensive one, right? If you think I'm mad about circular staircases, hell no. Tank Ceratops. We need just for tank Ceratops. I know technically there's some enemy where like the description says like body like a tank, and it's just like a big rhino thing. No, that is not tank Ceratops. I don't care what Shinra Archeology Department says. That is not tank Ceratops. We need a real tank Ceratops. I need a tank body. I need shreds. I need it to look, you know, they made Hell House look like this thing, you know? We need this. For the culture, we need this. Do people remember that Tank Ceratops is what the Team 4-Star called it, and it's never the enemy's actual name? Yeah, but it's best. It is the best name. It should always be the name. 100% safe in part 3. I really don't know. There's a good chance he might not be in part 3. I think the devs are so in tune with the community though, that I hope they pick up on it. You know, they're like, well, people, even if they think they did it right, like even if they think they covered their bases with that weird enemy that was kinda tanky, I hope that they listen to the fans and deliver. Hello, Sub. Glad to get Rebirth working again. Did you notice any difference between native DLSS inputs and Optiscaler's inputs? So quickly in chat, Apostolos talking about something that came up in the Discord. Basically, there was a new update for Rebirth. I had Optiscaler running to help it work better. But since I have a 40 series GPU from NVIDIA, I don't need it. But when I disabled that mod, it broke DLSS for me. Long story short, figured it out with people how to fix it, and so now it's running. I didn't play enough to really notice any differences. It did seem to stutter less, so yeah, it seemed better. A ruined Mako reactor. Using FSR 4 with Optiscaler. Got it. That's great. It's Scarlet. She's the director of Shinra's Advanced Weaponry Division. So Ceratops deserves a boss fight. Yeah. Another disappointment. Shoddy reactor, shoddy materia. I guess I shouldn't be surprised. We can cross this one off the list. I'm not just looking for any old materia. They need to be big, strong enough to power the ultimate materia. Magnus materia for my magnum opus. Oh, that's a good line. That's a good bar. I'm afraid I've never seen any like that, but I'll begin searching right away. If you'd be so kind, just a few is all it would take to make my dream a reality. So again, dream, reality stuff, even that's how the Remake series talks about things. A delightful prospect. With Hojo gone, the Advanced Weaponry Division will be inundated with funding. I can barely contain my jealousy. Though even if we managed to make the perfect weapon, I doubt that Oaf Heidegger would know how to use it. Oh, you'll have to excuse me. I forgot he's your boss. Yeah. Song. Let's go. Now fix the stutter. Yeah. So, Kevin in chat has a 5080 9800X3 X3D. That's the same processor I have. I just installed the 9800X3D about 2 months ago or so. This can't seem to get rid of the stutters and cutscenes. Damn. Yeah, that's That's rough. I feel like cutscenes have been decent. Because even in my stream playthrough, it's been pretty solid. Yeah, I don't know. Like some cutscenes, I have like a vague recollection of like stutters. Yeah. Thanks, cutest ghosts. Welcome. Yeah, it's a shader cache issue. You turn that off. It'll let them keep building. Yeah. Oh, I think you're helping. You're helping, Kevin. Yeah. Yeah, there's like a shader thing you need to do. The ultimate weapon. Just what is Shinra plotting this time? Probably not going to get mastered in some materia for balancing purposes. I remember Max talking about that on his stream in terms of like missing the materia birth thing. There goes Titan. Like missing the materia, when you master materia, right? That it like birds new materia. Hence, we're like so limited on somebody with a really good materia. Like, there's only 2 potential. You can only get 2 magnify materias in Rebirth. So, and he was thinking for part 3, maybe they sort of unlock that. I'm not sure. I think they'll probably still keep it pretty limited. Though it would be cool if it's like New Game Plus, if they unlock it. It's the final game. Like, screw it, just let people have materia birth in part 3. Maybe, but maybe you gate it to New Game Plus, right? But I think they like having the limitation because it forces you to like really maximize the system. Regarding shader cache, I changed the limit to 100 gigs in the NVIDIA control panel. Should it be unlimited? Oh yeah, that's another thing to consider. Even I need to like think about the how much I let the shader. New Game Plus, let people break the game like it's Expedition 33, yeah. I know people have like issue with how much E33 lets them break it to the point that it's gets trivial at a certain point. You know, it gives you billions of damage with like one hit. But I do think I mean, I don't know. Part of the fun of hard mode has been how hard it has been. So I kind of like being restricted a bit. Ah, shoot. There we go. I might try to get Yuffie real quick in the forest. E33 definitely goes a little too crazy with breaking the game. Yeah. I straight up one-shot the final boss. That's crazy. But you can, for sure. Damn, they put Doom on Cloud? Oh, he petrified. You can't get her around here, I don't think. Oh, really? Thank you, Piment X, for subscribing on YouTube. At least in FF7, you have to go out of your way to get Knights of the Round. In fact, I think I just birthed, weirdly enough. I think I just got another Magnify Materia. Oh yeah, I should equip my new shit. So I have that already. Silver Armlet? Yeah, let's do that. Oh shit, she has a bunch. What do you have now? The Wizard's Rod? Damn, that's crazy. Look how many materia slots are on the Fairy Tale. That's nuts. Doesn't really help our magic that much. What is our magic right now? 6. Sure, I can do the bladed staff. I don't need that anymore. Ah, damn it. I have new stuff for her too. I have purple pain. Oh, it needs like PHS out to like change equipment on everyone. Never mind. They could make birthing materia required meeting a specific objective rather than just AP grind. Yeah. Yeah, I thought any forest you could just do, you can get Yuffie, Odie. But yo, SubTXT, do you think Square would be shooting themselves in the foot if the Game Awards isn't their announcement goal? I've been thinking about it. I've been thinking about it a lot. Because my hope is that they do something with Game Awards, right? Like Game Awards is when they do it. But I'm also a person who just like always thinks about possibilities. If they don't do it, just like talk it out. If it's not a TGA, it could be because marketing cycles have like generally shifted quite a bit. Like I said, I work a bit in marketing, so like if you look at like the promotion cycles for even movies, right? Movies, other games, they'll do a trailer. Like usually with some games, there is like some time between like the announcement, usually about a year maybe before it comes out, but not all the time. There are some games like you don't see the trailer until like 3 months before. I mean, like 6 months before. And then I know like a lot of the big Sony releases usually don't do like their hardest marketing push until like a month or two out. Like God of War Ragnarok didn't really drop their launch trailer, for example, and so like they were kind of quiet for like months until about a month before release. Because you're kind of, if you're like limited on what you could spend, you just, in a world where like there's so much entertainment and it's so easy to just like move to the next thing, they sometimes want to just like do a blitz, like a literal like blitz, like a media blitz, where it's like a ton of money concentrated in a short amount of time to like maximize how much people can see it, like how much weight they have out in the market. So they could do that. But I'm really hoping TGAs is when they do it. There's another Game Awards, maybe the Nintendo Rect. And then the other thing that they're probably thinking about, I mean, what would make sense for TGAs is because like, if they're going multi-platform, even if it's not multi-platform day one, but if they want to start associating with multi-platform, the Game Awards is the time to do it. That's when everybody who plays on every platform watches. I mean, if I were them, I would try to be at the Game Awards. That's like, there's so many eyeballs on the Game Awards. It's crazy. So I hope it would make sense. And they keep saying, you know, we'll find out more info like very soon, right? Hamaguchi keeps saying very, what's the words he keeps saying? Like very short amount of time, something. He uses like some like specific set of words. But he keeps teasing like, we're not far, in the not too distant future. In the not too distant future, that's usually what he says. So I mean, yeah. Unless Square has, because somebody Oz in chat is saying like intergalactic perhaps, like unless for example like the Square know how competitive TGAs is, you know, like, are there gonna be crazy announcements? Are there gonna be like big things that overshadow them? Then they might duck it. I really don't know. I think January 26th, 2027 is looking real likely after he said they're in the refining stage. It must mean they have a playable alpha from start to credits. Well, he said there's a playable version. I've really, that quote that you're talking about, AAP, that's the first time I've really believed in an early 2027. If you've caught any of my prior streams, like I've said, oh, you know, it basically took 4 years to make Rebirth. I mean, I know they had the DLC and then it was like 3 years of hardcore development, but you know, they took technically took 4 years to get from Remake to Rebirth. So it's like, man, 4 years and they already have so much content to make for part 3. I was like, it seems a little aggressive. Like early 2027, you're like, you're just hitting like 3 years almost on the dot to make that last game. And I know they've been working on it since like 2022. Nomura said that they were like working on stuff back in 2022. So they may have had like a big head start on this so they could hit the anniversary. So that's possible. But for the longest time, I was like, I think maybe like they might aim for summer or later 2027. That might help with Game Awards stuff. Like if they want to win, you know, the game of the year, being a little bit closer to when the award happens, so they're like not forgotten. I consider that. But that quote from Hamaguchi that's like, they have a playable build. Even if they have a lot of stuff to add, they have a playable build. I was like, well, maybe it will be early 2027. So now I'm kind of a believer in the early 2027 thing. So they could actually hit, you know, anniversary, the Japanese anniversary, which I think is January 30th or 31st. One of those two. Yeah, even before Remake release, they said part 2 was in pre-production. Yeah. Really needed time for part 3 at the least. Yeah, hopefully. It's hard to judge their marketing strategy because that was part of their restructure. Yeah, as Barret is bring up, it's hard to judge their marketing strategy because that was part of their restructure to take marketing in-house. And the other thing related to that is, you know, if they found the sales for part 2 to be disappointing and they essentially had stuff in market for like 2 years leading up to it, are they thinking, well, maybe we had it out there for so long, people either kind of forgot it or they didn't really like, you know, you lose a little bit of that like energy. Like we're all locked in. All of us in chat, all of us here, we're super locked in. We're the easy ones. You know, we'll be hyped. We will stay hyped. We'll stay engaged this entire period between part 2 and part 3. But if they just want to like blitz it, then they might wait until next year. But I'm hoping Game Awards. I'll have my clown mask on. We'll watch the Game Awards here on the channel. We'll do a reaction. So yeah, I'm hoping Game Awards. I don't think it's a clown mask at this point. Well, I don't know, dude. There's been so many shows where like I really thought they might show up and didn't. Like I thought Summer Games Fest they might show up. I thought the September State of Play they might show up, but no. So I almost like don't want to believe. I almost don't want to believe so that if it happens, I'm like pleasantly surprised. They're obviously gonna make a triple pack. Oh, 100%. Imagine downloading 500 gigs like in one shot. Oh yeah. Don't go to the bathroom during it this time. Has everyone seen this clip? Has everybody in chat seen this clip? Let me find it. It's really easy to find. I was on Sleep Easy stream during the Game Awards 2023. And if you haven't seen it, it's a funny clip. Let me just find it. Here we go. I just bookmarked it to make it easier to find real quick. So I can bring it up. Okay. It's pretty funny, chat. Pretty embarrassing.
No!
That was 1080p. So, like I said, this was 2023. I was on Sleep Easy stream for the Game Awards. And we were thinking we might get a Rebirth trailer. You know, we knew it was coming out, you know, the next year. We may have even had the release date, I think, already. So we were primed for a Game Awards trailer. And this is what happened.
Performance by the Game Awards Orchestra.
All right, I'm gonna use the bathroom.
The first performance of the orchestra. Are you fucking kidding me?
I'll be right back.
Please do. Take
So I'm
a
like,
break,
oh.
everybody.
Oh, they're gonna do their music bullshit that they do every year. They'll have, I don't know, the Hellblade soundtrack play or something. I'll go to the bathroom. It had been like an hour at this point.
World premieres, and this is a special one. It's written by one of the greatest video game composers of all time, the legendary Nobuo Uematsu.
No! Fucking sometimes come
Awards
back!
Orchestra led by Lauren Balfe with lead vocals from Lauren Allred, debuting the theme song from Final Fantasy VII.
No! Fucking get back here, SubTXT! No! 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 Oh my god, no! It's Jesse! What the fuck am I watching? No! Jesse's back! Oh my god, no! No! Ah!
Oh my god, I heard yelling.
No, it's happening!
I'm not.
No!
So for context, I went to the bathroom and I had headphones on, right? So, you know, it's not like I had speakers on. So it's more muffled when your, you know, headset something has to be really loud. So I'm in the bathroom, walk out of the bathroom, and I hear this very low, sounds like screaming. And I'm like, what the fuck? I run back to my desk and I see this shit playing. Throw my headphones back on. Sleepy's losing his mind. And you're going to see confusion here on my face. And you should think, oh, it should be obvious what's happening, that he's missing a trailer. But I walked out just thinking they're going to play music. And then I come back and they're playing music. And I'm like, wait, but if it was a trailer, it wouldn't just be music. It would be like a trailer. So I would say it genuinely took me like 30 seconds or so to really clock what the fuck was happening. What is happening?
It's the trailer! It's the main theme to the song! This is
the song trailer?
Yes!
What the fuck? Oh my god, I'm an idiot. I love it.
Oh my god, it's fucking... No!
Oh my god, what are we seeing?
What is happening, dude? What is happening?
What is this?
This is the new...
Because I've never seen a trailer like this, right? Like, I watched a lot of Game Awards, as I'm sure you have too. And I've never seen like a new trailer in a music performance, right? I'm gonna be honest. I don't watch all the music performances all the time. You know, it's like, oh, it's music time. It's time for me to use the bathroom. It's time for me to get a snack. Like, I'm not locked in on like the performance of like a song from a game I may or may not have even played. So I'm not super locked in usually during this part of the show. And like I said, it's usually for every other time it's been for a game that has already come out. So I was crazy confused.
Nobuo Uematsu song, this is
my
hollow!
God, that's what you were saying! And yeah, Sleep Easy, we talked before the stream, and he had mentioned like, oh, I think what they might do is like, they might reveal the theme song, And sure enough, he was right.
That's exactly what you were saying.
And Aerith sings it, dude. Oh my god. Jesse's at the golden saucer, dude.
Was she?
Jesse's at the golden saucer.
We need to run this back. We need to rewind this after this finishes.
I can't even believe it.
Yeah, I should.
I can't even believe
I
it.
walked away.
I should make it a short. You're right. I should make it a short. This is really funny. It's really funny. I mean, it was still cool, right? Like, I still made it back while it was happening. It made for a better reaction in a weird way. It's fucking hilarious now, right? Like in hindsight. But it makes for a really funny video. So good times. Good times. But I know I no moment is safe with FF7. So Game Awards this year, they could say, I'm gonna bring out my good friend Hideo Kojima. Oh shit, perfect time to go to the bathroom. And then Kojima could be like, and I wanted to bring in my good friend Tetsuya Nomura. You never know. They might switch it up. They keep you on your toes. Jesus Christ. You should go and pay respects to fellow Bugenhagen. Nanaki? Kojima reveals he's helping with part 3. Welcome to Cosmo Canyon. Are you familiar with their veil? Not really. Well, let me tell you a little about it. People from all across the globe gather here in pursuit of the teachings of planetology. Get your typer ready? However, I'm afraid we're currently at capacity. I can't allow you to enter. You can let them through. They helped me out a teensy bit back on the road. Oh, even like the writing here, like they helped me out a teensy bit back on the road. We're starting to get, so from what I understand, and I did replay the original after learning this information. It was before Rebirth. But in Japanese, the way Red 13 talks, like the vocabulary he uses, becomes much more like youthful, like much younger. And that is a real tip off to that there's something going on with his like age and level of maturity and all that. And it's apparently very clear in the Japanese version of the original game, but the English doesn't really carry that forward. So I never noticed this. I never noticed that the way he talks kind of changes after you go to Cosmo Canyon. So that's why like so many people it takes them aback in Rebirth. They're like, what is this voice change? Partly because they do two things. They change the words he uses, like the vocabulary. He talks more like a kid, but then also he does a high pitched voice. So even when I knew going into Rebirth, I didn't expect the voice change then. Granted, I clocked it as soon as like he walked out of the room in Junon after hearing the weird high voice. It's like, oh, okay, that's how they're doing the Red 13 thing. But yeah. Glad you understand the Japanese context, unlike certain Australian rage baiters. Yeah. They're good people, I promise. I mean, I will say, I have mentioned this before, like, I would have expected his like his younger voice to still be a little bit deeper. I joked about this on stream like 3 times now, so sorry if you're tired of this story. But for example, like my 16-year-old voice was pretty deep. Like I have a deep voice, so like my 16-year-old voice is pretty deep. So I would call into school as my dad, and I would say, "Oh, my son is sick." Like I would get myself out of school because I was a bad student. But anyway, they're good people, I promise. Is that so? Well, even if the aid you rendered was minor, we're in your debt for taking care of Nanaki. Please answer. It's like the level of like voice change was still a bit shocking, but hey, is what it is. Who's this Nanaki you keep talking about? Why, Nanaki is Nanaki. That's his name. Welcome to Cosmo Canyon. Please make yourself at home. The other thing I noticed when I replayed the original before Rebirth was like how barren pretty much all the maps are. All of the maps are really barren. I don't know if it could be memory restrictions that they had, but there's barely like people in any of the towns. I think it helps create this like impression of Cosmo Canyon as this like, you know, very you know, not a lot of people here. It's just like basically the people, you know, teaching. And I'm sure that is what they were going for regardless. Like, even if they could have fit more people, they probably wouldn't have tourists and all that stuff like they have in Rebirth. But I personally kind of like that change to Rebirth. I mean, it's realistic, right? Like, if you had a place like this, you would probably have some, like, you know, people trying to make a buck off it. So I didn't mind it. I know that people still don't like that, but I can understand, like, wanting to keep it like this, like, very sacred place, right? But it almost like plays into their level of ignorance, right? They're like, even the planetologists themselves have gotten so comfortable with like what they understand that they sort of like dismiss new ideas, including Bugenhagen. You know, when it's something that they're not taking so sacredly, it's easy that they can potentially like lose sight of new possibilities, you know? And it is, yeah, it's an interesting commentary. Also love how Rebirth made it kind of a tourist trap. Yeah. It threw me off in Rebirth when the normal NPCs are hanging out this seem out of place. This place is apparently based on some small town in Arizona. I could buy it. I've been to Arizona. Have you also come seeking the teachings of planetology? That's right. I figured. Apparently this place is home to an outstanding observatory. I'd love to see it at least once. Odie, is there anything to see in terms of like NPCs or anything to like check out while I'm here? Yay, Nanaki, he's back. It's all thanks to this fire here. We call this fire the Cosmo Candle. It's been burning continuously for ages and ages. The Cosmo Candle's a holy flame that protects the Veil and everyone in it. Though I did hear it when it went out once, it was way, way long ago before I was even born. The elders say something super scary happened back then, but I don't know. But I don't know any more than that. You won't be able to. Oh, sorry. Oh, you're saying you won't be able to miss it. Okay. Exactly. Yeah, the planetologists don't really have much thoughts. Put much thoughts into their beliefs. It's kind of performative. Yeah. Music is top tier. Oh yeah, this is one of my favorite tracks. The other thing, in terms of like the vibes of, the one thing I will say about Cosmo Canyon and how they handle it in Rebirth versus the original, this is one thing I haven't heard people talk about very much. But for me, I personally do prefer the more intimate fire scene with the bonfire scene with the party, where you get to like walk over to each of them and you have like a pretty long dialogue with like each of the characters in your party. They kind of recreated it a little bit in Rebirth, like before Aerith does her speech thing. You can talk to everyone except Aerith, and there's like a little moment with them. But I found the moment with the party in the original much deeper, much more like rich in terms of like character. So I really preferred how they did the bonfire in the original. Like the Aerith like speech is cool. It gives you more like context and like what she struggled with in terms of, you know, not having a life of her own in a lot of ways. So I get why they wanted to do it, and maybe it's building toward like the, you know, like I mentioned in my video, the whole like sending spirits back and return, and hence why it's gonna be called FF7 Return, probably. You know, thematically it sort of makes sense. Man, I really like those like one-on-one dialogues in the original, which we'll see in this playthrough. Hey, they're looking for anything particular? Let's see. Oh, I'm good. Yeah, that one Cloud dialogue choice is wild. Oh yeah, that was crazy. I wasn't a fan of the whole Aerith speech thing, kind of out of place. Yeah, you know, the other thing I was thinking of, like, when it happened in Rebirth, is like, it's maybe stupid, but I really wanted the planetologists to like give an introduction to Aerith, to like the people, like why this person is suddenly like giving a speech to everyone. You know, it's like this big event that they do every year, and she kind of opens the ceremony. It's just a little strange, you know, it's very sudden, you know, to have this, like, if I were, this is a stupid level of how I think about these things sometimes, but it's like, if I had gone to Cosmo Canyon for this event, and I'm expecting the planetologists to like do their whole like thingamabob, and then suddenly this random girl who's not dressed like a planetologist suddenly gives a speech, I would be confused. Granted, she gives context of like, I'm a Cetra, da-da-da, but the way I would have written it, at least, would have had the planetologist be like, we have a special guest, you know, she's one of the, you know, Cetra, da-da-da, like a little thing. I guess it's not needed, but yeah, which is a bit jarring. How do I get back there again? I forget how you get back there. I think it's another map, right? You have to go a whole different way. Cosmo Canyon's head talk, yeah. I always felt it was weird in Rebirth that Boogie immediately dismissed Tifa's claim about hearing weapons, but they automatically take Aerith at her word. She's a Cetra. Oh yeah, that's true. Like, how do they know? Yeah. She has the queen energy, of course she opens the ceremony. The craziest answer, though, the craziest answer is, like, if you tell her to stop, like, the smile is, like, you know, wild. I picked the smile, the first time I played, I picked a smile. I was like, oh, I don't want to say anything. Like, if I encourage her, it might sound corny, you know? I expected to be like, you go. I don't know. I expected the, like, encourage her answer to be a little cringy. But it wasn't. It was actually, like, very subtle. He was just like, you got this, or whatever he says. But the fucking stop her. He's like, I forget exactly what he says, but it's wild. Like, he's just like, he just jumps in. What does he say when he says, when he tells her to stop? What does he say? I think he says, like, that's enough. It's like, oh my God. Good. You have my thanks. He became Sid Highwind talking to Shara for a second. Welcome. How about Cosmo Candle? How about a Cosmo Candle? It's one of our signature cocktails. There's nothing like a stiff drink to bring a smile to your heart. In moderation, of course. I can't even do it. It's crazy. That stop her one is crazy. I was just straight up shocked. I played Rebirth on a replay with my nephews, and they picked that, and we were in tears. Oh, shit. I clipped Briana White reacting to the Cloud Stopper choice. Oh, did you? Do you have the link? I would actually watch that with everyone here. Sure. Yeah, I don't know if I've seen that, actually. You can link it, perfect. Oh, in Discord. Yeah. Do you think they'll even have an infection system for part 3? I don't know. Really don't know, actually. I mean, maybe. I think it's possible just to, like, maybe have multiple variations of scenes and whatnot. I already went that way. Something over here, right? No. This here's where I was, I mean, this veil is where I was conceived. My tribe has long served as watchers of the veil, guarding those who appreciate the beauty of this canyon and the majesty of the planet. He sounds a little more, you know. But my mother, a valiant warrior, died in battle, and my father, a coward, fled to save himself, leaving me the sole living member of my tribe. A coward? Your father? Indeed. A shameful, rotten coward. Send me the link. Okay, I'll check it out in a second. And so the duty of watching this veil has fallen to me. My journey ends here. Nanaki! Is that you, my boy? Have you really returned? Coming, Gramps! Gramps. Good timing. We don't take a... why don't we take a breather, too? We deserve some R&R. Alright. So he sent me the link. Let me check it out. Do I even have Discord open? Oh, I do. Okay, here we go.
Yeah, here we go. Okay.
Let's see. Bring up browser. Briana White reacts to Cloud being extremely rude to Aerith. Let me share the link for everyone in chat too. So you can all have the link. Check it out.
Stop her.
Oh, hold on, I'm covering her.
Cloud!
Wait, hold on. Yeah.
Her.
That's enough.
Cloud!
It's okay. I'll keep going. So my blood's been a curse. But it's also been a blessing. It's brought some wonderful people into my life. Friends that I love.
You could interpret that one of two ways. The first way is that, like, Aerith is sharing her story and that for some reason enrages Cloud and he just steps in like, that's enough! This is dumb. Let's end this stupid ceremony. That's one interpretation.
Oh man, that's so funny. Holy shit. That's so funny. Yeah. That's really funny. She's great. Her playthrough is so good. I did get to briefly meet her too at Summer Games Fest. It was really cool. I wish there were like other things I told her. I was like, you know, I wish I think I told her like her performance is great and everything, but like, I don't know. I was trying to be cool. I was trying to play cool. You know, not to be like a crazy fan, you know. But yeah, she was really sweet though. Yeah, I hope she gets more into more things. And she started streaming a little bit again too. Yeah, I hope she gets to finish her playthrough. Yeah. Trying to be cool just like Cloud. Yeah. What was I gonna say? I feel like there's something else here. Somebody I was gonna react to. You see the voice and motion cap for Hanako playing Silent Hill F. Who's that exactly? I haven't played Silent Hill F yet, so I just don't have all the context of that. I don't think she'll finish Rebirth until part 3 comes out. She's, yeah, going very slowly through her playthrough. I do want to play Silent Hill F. I own it. I just haven't gotten to it yet. Like so many games. I have so many games I haven't played. Y'all, it's crazy. Also, what's up, Tony Macaroni? Oh, welcome in, the people of the Vale. I just love saying your name. So every time I notice that you're in chat, I'm going to say, hey, Tony Macaroni. I met her at WeebCon this year in Texas along with Britt, Max, and Susie. Ben Star was there too. He's so fun to speak to. That's super cool. Yeah, Ben is super chill. You know, I was with some people that he knew during Summer Games Fest, and at one point, like, he just stopped by while we were having drinks, and like he was walking by, and then he just stopped and like we chatted for like, you know, as a group for like an hour. It was very cool. Dude, I don't think the Final Fantasy Files retrospective is gonna finish until part 3. Yeah, they're taking a while. Oh man, I played Silent Hill 2 for the first time for spooky season. That game is crazy. Yeah, I've heard my friends have said, well, not Silent Hill 2, but my friends have said Silent Hill F is the best narrative of the year. He's a fun uncle, yeah. Simon's Ben. Oh, the NYC Distant Worlds. Yeah, I did meet him there too, actually. He was in the like big like Tiffany Lockhart organized like people to like get together for as like a meetup before the Distant Worlds concert. So I was there too. Talked to him like not long there. I'm off for the evening. Thanks for the great stream. Oh, all good, Natalie. Thank you for hanging out. But also one of my friends. Oh yeah, Final Fantasy Files Part 3 of Gongaga is Monday. So apparently, Final Fantasy Files, their Gongaga playthrough, I asked this on their stream the other day, is 4 parts long. 4 parts to their Gongaga discussion. From where they left off, at least we're going to cover the live stream stuff, it looks like. Because you guys are right there. You guys are right there. See you around, Sonova. So at least I've really been looking forward to their conversation about the live stream stuff. So yeah, hopefully I get that. Because I've been waiting for them to talk about that. Come tell us how wrong we are. No. I'm open to all perspectives. I genuinely like, I get every playthrough possible is recommended to me on YouTube. And I should guest appear. I will eventually. He reached out to me. Final Fantasy Falls reached out to me like a long time ago about potentially being there for the finale. And I'm down, but it's just gonna take them a while to get there. Essie's fault for making the chapter so long. Remake was a shorter story. No, I think Final Fantasy Falls just like, they just talk. They just do talk quite a bit. So now where did I put it? I know it's around here somewhere. To be fair, I think like what makes their Gongaga conversation so long is like all the side content. That's what I'm picking up, because they're about to hit the end of the main story of Gongaga, which is like the live stream stuff. But I do think they probably have all the extra content, like the side content, because it seems like they talk about all the content when they reach a chapter. So there is a lot in the Gongaga region, so I get it. It's hard not to talk, laugh my ass off like it's been hours breaking down stuff. Dude, have you been watching my streams? I did 9 hours the other day. Oh, sir, you forgot. You forgot that you changed. And then me here being like, oh yeah, we might get to like Nibelheim tonight. That's still early. It's 9:45. It's not too bad. Yawn. Yes. One moment. Are you here to shop? Oh, I see. You're here to shop. Wait, you're here to shop. Complete opposite of how it is in Rebirth, right? Like in Rebirth, they're slanging, they're hustling. They have planet infused water to sell everybody. Here, this guy hasn't had a customer in like a month and a half. This exact guy in Rebirth. Is it? They have a shopkeep like that in Under Junon, I remember. It's like a girl right across from the hotel or motel, I guess, where it's like, oh my god, a customer. I remember that for sure. But part of my drowsiness, I hardly ever get any customers. Not that my materia is lacking in any way. Oh, he does have good stuff. I have no money. I don't see how E33 doesn't win narrative, art direction, music. I think Expedition 33 is going to win Game of the Year, straight up. Like, There have been other really good games this year, for sure. But from what I could tell, like from like game journalists, like podcasts and stuff, they're still really hot on Expedition 33. So I think they're gonna take the whole thing. I really do. Oh, I'm so busy. I wish I had extra hands, Mumble. Like I've seen game journalists on Twitter be like, and they're not even like big RPG players. I've seen them be like, it's still Expedition 33 for me, and it's not even particularly close. And I'm like, damn. Like if that's the sentiment, even for some of them, like I think it's winning game of the year. And I'm happy for them. Love the stream, SubTXT. Thank you on this /gaming. I'm picking E33 to take it too. Such a powerful game. Expedition 33 was the most hyped game of this year. I'm winning it for sure. SubTXT, the cynic in me says that Stranding 2 gets it because Jeff is Kojima's biggest fan. Yeah, but there is still like a legit jury, and I don't think Jeff would rig it like that. I really don't. I think Jeff, for as much as he like does love Kojima, you know, like genuinely like seemingly has like real bro love for Kojima, yeah, he doesn't vote, and I think he does care about like the integrity of what he's built and like does care about the industry. So I don't think he would juice it. Death Stranding 2 will probably be nominated, but I think all the momentum is still behind Expedition 33. What he seal it with beats me. It's kind of like super glue. And I think the amazing thing about Expedition 33, because somebody said it was like their most hyped game, it was one of those games where coming into the year, I was like, there's no way it's going to be as good as it seems. Like it looked too good to be true. Indie developer, their first game. Sure, they had worked at other games at Ubisoft, but like it was their first product, like as a group. There have been other developers who've worked at big development studios and big publishers who went off, did their own thing, and the game comes out and it kind of gets shit on, right? Like doesn't do too well. Like the Dead Space developer who went over and like started his own studio, and they built, what was the name of that game? Started with like a C. I want to say Calypso, but it wasn't Calypso. I forget what it's called. But it was like a Dead Space like it was very similar to Dead Space. And the reviews for that were not good. I didn't play it, but from what I heard, like it wasn't that great. It's a Callisto Protocol. Yes. It's like it was the dude who directed the original Dead Space. He went off, did his own studio, couldn't recreate that magic. All that experience didn't result in like a great game. So it wasn't a given that Expedition 33 would live up to that, even with experienced developers. And truthfully, as we've learned since, a lot of the developers are pretty new. You know, the leadership has experience, but a lot of the development team doesn't have a ton of experience. So the fact they actually made a game that was so good, way better than it had any feasible, like it breaks like logic, you know, for a first time project to be that polished. Just shout out to them, like holy shit. Cloud, this is Grandpa Bugenhagen. He's incredible, knows practically everything. Ho ho ho. Thank you for looking after Nanaki, even if only a bit. He's still but a boy, you see. Cut it out, Gramps. I'm not a child anymore. I'm 48. Oh ho ho. Nanaki here has a long life ahead of him. So those 48 years translate to about 15 or 16 in human terms. So he's just a teenager? But a silent and thoughtful one. I suppose he had you thinking he was a full-fledged adult? Gramps, I'm tired of being a kid. I want to grow up so I can protect you and everyone else in the Vale. That's why I... Oh, my dear Nanaki. Nothing good will come of trying to be something that you aren't. To strive for that beyond one's reach is A sure recipe for ruin. You've seen the city of Mako, have you not? A monument built to snatch the very stars from the sky. God, the writing here is so good. Holy shit. Far from a good role model, I should think. Look only to the heavens, and you'll forget your place on Earth. When the time comes for our planet to die, one fact will finally be clear. We know absolutely nothing. Die? Our planet? Oh, that's Cloud. I thought it was Red 13. Oh, it may be tomorrow. It may be a century from now, but I should doubt any longer. I read that weird. How can he possibly know that? Because I can hear the cries of the planets. Here it comes. That noise. I'm just catch up on chat real quick. You gonna make a TGA bingo card? Oh yeah, I should. I will do that for sure. That sounds fun. I was so skeptical of E33, but then I played that prologue and was shocked as someone who does solo game dev and wants to make it such an inspirational game. Yeah. Chronos, which came out this year, did the Dead Space, but not Dead Space is much better. Yeah, that looked really good. Chronos did look really good. Shared visions, why it truly succeeded, yeah. I feel like this is the beginning of the next video game crash. It's a good thing devs are shedding from the failing studios and birthing new franchises. And they're finding like efficiencies and what to focus on, right? Like E33 shows you don't need to like make everything at a crazy high level. You know, the environments don't have to be fully interactive, right? Like you don't need physics on all the things in an environment. It's cool, but you don't really need it. Hopefully Square Enix pivots and continues making games fans want. Yeah, music composer I never composed. The writer was brand new. I respect E333, but I'm too remake trilogy pilled, so want to go back to... Same. I want Rebirth. I want remake Rebirth style combat to be Final Fantasy, like Final Fantasy's like identity. It's such a unique combat system. They finally found the right blend of like action and command base. Just iterate on that. I know this is basically what Night Sky Prince is like talked about endlessly. Just like take that base, build new systems, do cool new things with it, but the core feeling of like direct action in, you know, input with like a command menu, keep those same bones and then do new things with it. I totally agree. That has to be the Final Fantasy like approach for the conceivable future. They don't have to reinvent the wheel every game. It's crazy. Yeah, I don't want turn-based. I love Expedition 33. I love that style of reactive turn-based. It's so good, but nah, that could be their thing. Final Fantasy has found their thing. They just need to lean into it. The noise. The sounds of the stars in the heavens. Even as we speak, new planets are born while old ones die. This has a different sound, by the way, because it's like the mod. It's much lower. It's a little creepier. What's that? Oh, those are the sounds from our planet. Screams. I do like the original screams, but like with these mods, it's kind of it's give and take. You get all the cool new sounds in all the other environments, but then they'll change one or two ones that I really miss the original sound to. Those are sounds from our... Oh yeah, I already read that. Surely you hear it. Her pain. Her suffering. Cloud and his friends are on a journey, Gramps. They're trying to save the planet. How about it? Could you show him your special device? Save the planet! Such a feat is not possible. What could humans hope to do? Like, again, he's doing kind of... It's less, right? It's not quite the Tifa thing. But it's, again, him showing that he doesn't believe in their mission. Which he talks about later. But I suppose it wouldn't hurt to give him a demonstration. For the Bugenhagen. More strange visitors have just arrived. Hold on. I need some water. It seems the whole place has gotten busy all of a sudden. Let's stand too. Stretch a little bit. Those must be the rest of Cloud's friends. I'll go join them. Oh, and Cloud, make sure to grab some of the others. Just 2 though. Graham's devices can only fit 4. Oh, Odie, are you still in chat? Is there like anyone party-wise who you think are like really good to have in this scene? I know there may not be like anything new, but just like, oh, those people, those are, I'll probably bring like Tifa and Barret, but if there's anyone in particular, there's no need to hurry. My device isn't going anywhere. You should go invite 2 of your companions. I feel like Barret you should have because like his like avalanche thing. Tifa's also avalanche. I roll miles and people wave BG3 or E33 at square as some sort of statement. I get it. I get the, you know, you said we couldn't have turn-based, right? Like you said turn-based was not relevant anymore. And then here you have 2 of the biggest games in a while, or like 2 of the most successful, most awarded games in a while are turn-based. So I get feeling a sense of like almost justice, you know, the, you know, or a feeling of like, I can't switch party at the save point. Did they find them out in the map, maybe? Yeah. What is it? Oh, here we go. Yeah, let's bring Barret and Tifa. Saying turn-based would make the pass, you mainline FS better, just stupid. Yes, but I do think that they're upset about this like almost like unwritten rule that has been preached to them from Square. Square has talked about it, you know, like there are so many developer interviews, right? Like for 16 at the very least, maybe for even past ones, I can't remember, where they're like, we want to change with the ages, and like turn-based just isn't, you know, what we think people want. And then here are people wanting turn-based. Not to say that they're right, that like that would automatically have made the past few Final Fantasies better, but I understand them feeling vindicated, right? Like this thing you said we can't have actually worked really fucking well. It's like, I get it. Sales aren't guaranteed either. Metaphor was turn-based and won RPG of the year, but only sold 2 million copies. Yeah. Oh, all accounted for. Very well. Let us begin. I'll stand over there. Who knows, maybe turn-based will return. That would be cool, but it's not superior. It's just whatever fits the game best, you know? Like, I think turn-based really fits Expedition 33 well. It's much easier from a development standpoint to do turn-based. So for a new studio who appreciates that style anyway, and then can bring something new to it, and it's much easier to do, like development-wise. You know, they just need to create the specific animations for those specific commands, and those things just they're repeatable It makes a ton of sense for independent developer to have that approach. And it fits like their game really well. Amazing. It's just like the real thing. Oh, I suppose that is rather something. Welcome to my laboratory, my pride and joy. And don't get me wrong, I do think Final Fantasy was chasing what they thought the market wanted, you know? So can you look at it cynically? Can you look at it as like, did the developers genuinely want to make an action-based system, or did the developers, you know, were they forced that direction because it was the, you know, assumed posture, or like the assumed thing that like they're corporate overlords. Let's be real, Square Enix is a corporation. They were sort of like mandating something that was a little more current, a little more popular. Yes, that definitely happened. Do you have to completely demonize it? No. And they eventually have found something that is rich, and, you know, with the Remake trilogy, that kind of combat is amazing. I even think the 16 combat feels really good. I wish it were deeper. I wish it were harder. I wish it had more like RPG mechanics, more like give and take, more like real choice in terms of like, do I want this build or that build? You know, 16 didn't do that. It felt great. It was just missing those things that would have made really engaging for me. Yeah. The sad thing is though, FF16 looked at from a character action game lens. It's very low skill ceiling. Yeah. Very forgiving, very mashy. Yeah. Tons, like 16 did not give me what I wanted. It felt good, but like it didn't give me everything you're saying. You know, the low skill ceiling. Like I sleptwalked through 16 at a certain point because it was just that easy. And then like, I mean, the biggest sin of Square Enix combat a lot of times is like worrying too much about if a game is going to be too hard. Let's give them accessibility rings and like all these other things, which granted are optional. You don't need them. But there was this like overriding design philosophy towards 16 of making it as accessible as possible. You had the rings, you had something to do that. Did you need to make the timing windows on things so big? Did you need to gatekeep hard mode, you know, which Rebirth does too? Like, did you need to gate the Final Fantasy mode and then the Ultimaniac mode? Like, make it so hard for people to just like make the game hard. They make it extremely easy to make their games easy and extremely hard to make their games hard. And that is frustrating. Even Remake to some extent, like they tried with dynamic mode, which was better. I kind of wish the current hard mode for Remake and Rebirth were like a hard plus, you know, so that you could have that level of difficulty in hard mode in, you know, a new game plus thing. But I wish there were a hard mode that also let you use items, like a more base hard mode, so that it would still be more of a challenge. You have a little bit more of like leniency because you could use items, and then like the truly hard stuff is then New Game Plus. I'd be cool with that. Like dynamic even feels not as hard as it could be, or felt like it wasn't as hard as it could be. I was very pissed when Hamaguchi commented that he wants to make Part 3 Platinum easier. No man, it's gonna be hard. Yeah, I mean I think what he's focusing on there is like there's like little itty bitty things that are almost unnecessary maybe to get the platinum. I think there will still be really hard fights, but in terms of like doing all of like the mini games at their hardest difficulty, all that stuff, I think that's what he's talking about, like scaling back. I think mastering 16, but here's the thing, mastering 16's combat, like if you want like full expression, like if you just want to create like the coolest combos, yes, that takes skill, but the actual enemies aren't that difficult. Like you're not, like I didn't feel motivated to get that good because the game asked me to get that good. It's really just like is it your appetite to like make it that, do you want to get that good, right? Like it's totally up to you. If you want to get that good, you can get yourself to like making a crazy combo, but it's not necessary, you know, like it's not truly needed. It's like, that's where, you know, it just, I just wanted something more out of it. Yeah. Like Ninja Gaiden 4, I want to get super good because Ninja Gaiden 4 is the bomb. Because of hard mode and remake, I subconsciously refrained from items in my base playthrough of Rebirth, and I felt like I had this whole inventory of stuff that was useless. Yeah. I want Part 3's combats to crush me. I had so much fun learning and mastering Rebirth, yeah. Oh, I suppose it is rather something. Welcome to the laboratory, my pride and joy. What you see here is a 3D hologram of the cosmos. All its patterns and movements have been programmed into my computer model. Look, a shooting star. Damn, this looks good. Thank you, BackX Burner, for the gift sub. Thank you so much. I love this with the new models, with the chibi models. Looks so good. Incredible, just incredible. Oh, indeed it is. You could stand here all day taking it in. We have pressing matters to discuss. Could have figured it out on YouTube. Oh, switched over. Okay. Yeah, there's no, I don't think I have membership set up on YouTube. If like that's what you're trying to do. If you're trying to like gift the membership or something. I don't have memberships turned on YouTube. So yeah. Like all living things, every human must someday die. But what happens next? I'll have to figure out what I want to do with member stuff if I make that a thing on YouTube. The body withers and returns to the planet. This much, at least, is widely understood. What of the mind, the spirit, the soul? Much like its former vessel, it too returns whence it came. That is true not only for man, the same can be said of all life on our planet. No, in the universe. All souls return to their planet. There they merge and intertwine as a river circling the star they call home. It's a cycle of continuous convergence and divergence, the ceaseless ebb and flow that is the life stream. Inapt name though it is as much a reservoir as it is a stream, being the sum of the planet's spiritual energy. And it is this spiritual energy that is key to everything. Every new life, every child born receives the blessing of this energy as it comes into the world. And then, in time, death comes and returns that spiritual energy to the planet. Kind of a wild idea. And I don't know how much to think about this, but the thing of like the blessing being essentially your spiritual energy, your soul, it makes me think of the Sephiroth line in Rebirth. Does he almost like give Cloud a portion of himself so that they're more intertwined in a way? Hence maybe why Cloud can then command the Black Whispers. I don't know. It may be nothing. It's kind of interesting. There are, of course, exceptions, but the cycle is, for the most part, how our world works. I have said much and quickly. Perhaps a demonstration will help you understand it all better. Yeah, like combining materia. Well, I would actually really love if the materia fusion thing from Crisis Core, if they kind of brought some of that in. Because that shit is really cool in Crisis Core. That's a mechanic I really like in Crisis Core. Spiritual energy is the fountain from which all things spring, from all life springs, trees, birds, humans, but it does more than simply sustain living organisms. It is the very essence of our star, the blood coursing through your planetary veins. Now, what if that essence were ever to be entirely depleted? What would happen then? I have to speed up because it's like going fast. Oh shit. I'll answer that in a second. I just like want to make sure it's not a part that it's like automated. Okay. What's like your wishlist playable character in part 3 that isn't in the main 9? Like how Sephiroth and Zack were playable in Rebirth. Oh, that's a good question. I feel like we've got a lot of them. You know, like I could say something like Genesis, which I know someone in chat mentioned. But I'm not a big Genesis fan, so you know, it'd be kind of sick. Would be to control Rufus. Yeah, Oz. He's saying of not. The question was like of the non-main like party. So yeah, maybe like Rufus. Rufus would be cool. Rufus's moveset is really cool. Marlene on a playable wishlist. I don't know what Marlene would do aside from like kind of like a little Aerith. He wants to play as Rhonda. Yeah, Rhonda. Give me Rhonda. Rhonda. That's the true love right there. That's who Cloud should be with at least. Playable Wedge. The new Laguna. Yeah, I think Rufus would be cool. I really love Rufus's combat. I'm trying to think of anybody else. Genesis, like a pipe dream. Yeah, I think it's Jesse, right? I think you were the one earlier who said like Genesis would be your number 1, right? Because I think you're a big Crisis Core fan. Genesis could be cool. I do like Zack's gameplay. So I can imagine like a Genesis being kind of nutty. Just trying to think if there'd be anyone else that'd be crazy. I don't know if I would really want to play as him, but Nero is kind of weird, right? With all of his like dark shit. Could be cool. Yeah, that's Rufus is probably my main pick. Yeah. It would mean the end of humans, of life, the planet. These are the basic principles of planetology. So, if all that spiritual energy were to be stolen away, the planet would die. Oh, spiritual energy can play its role only so long as it remains in nature's flow. When it is siphoned from the planet and processed for industry, that energy can no longer fulfill its true purpose. You're talking about Mako, aren't you? Minute by minute, Mako reactors suck spiritual energy up from the Earth and deplete the planet's reserve. This energy is then condensed to an outrageous degree before being piped out to consumers. The so-called Mako people use and discard every day is in fact the planet's very lifeblood. You gotta do an older voice for him, actually. In other words, the only promise Mako has to offer is our planet's doom. You can free Sonon. You can be playable. The only thing about Sonon, because I thought about Sonon, but I feel like Sonon will probably be pretty close to Sid. So I think we'll kind of like get a feel for Sonon through Sid. So only one way to make Genesis cool, have him be a hidden super boss. Yes! I think Max mentioned that on stream not too long ago. And that was the best idea I heard, dude. Like, if there were a way for you to like, if it was missable, completely missable, and you just like enter into like some cave or some random like hard to access place, and then fucking Genesis is there, and then you maybe get some resolution for like that dirge scene, that could be really cool. Like Simon, yes. Yeah, I think I mentioned, I was in his chat at the time, and I mentioned Simon, and he was like, yes, exactly like Simon. So yeah, like Simon, that would be really cool. That's how I would like to do Genesis. I mean, I think there are probably people in chat even who would like to see Genesis more directly integrated into the story. And I get that, but I would love Genesis like that. That would be really cool. I really wanted Zack to be Laguna in Rebirth with an actual playable role. I was pretty disappointed his gameplay was just walking in scarce cutscenes. Yeah, it was surprising how they handled it. Very surprising how they handled it. The planet. Those who once lived alongside her. There is much still to learn. If you'd like to know more, then seek out the elders here in the Vale. The planet. Oh, I already got that. Let's seek out some elders. Genesis fight song needs to be so bad it's good, cheesy, Gak the J-Rock. I know there are definitely some elders who have some, like, interesting stuff, actually. I hope they get it right, yeah. Here's the, I do think, like, oh, what is this? Welcome back, sweetie. Shall we skip straight to dinner, or would you like an appetizer first? What is this dialogue? Appetizer? Oh, sweetie, don't pretend you don't. Oh, wait, who are you? You can't just barge into people's private space. That's amazing. Why happens if I say dinner? Fine, just a moment then. Oh, okay. Nothing happens, really. That's funny. Yeah, I think there's like a reason they held back on him so much. I think they wanted you to feel, I mean, maybe it's copium, but it would make sense that for them to like want you to have a certain expectation that the actual experience sort of like shoots in the face. Because his role is going to be a little bit different. Ah, here it is. I'm hard at work in a book, you see. It's a collection of all the legends and planetological wisdom passed down in the Vale. This way, even after I've returned to the planet, I'll still be able to teach tomorrow's children. Ah, more visitors. Very well. I know why you're here. You came seeking the answer to a question. Am I correct? It's about the Promised Land. Promised Land. So, what do you like to know about it? Is it... Well, to be quite frank, it doesn't exist. That, at least, is what I believe. Perhaps I should clarify it. There is indeed such a thing as the Promised Land, but it isn't a place that exists for us. Only for the ancients, which is, like, what I've thought before in terms of the Promised Land, is, like, more of... Less of, like, just for the ancients, but I've thought of it more as, like, almost like the afterlife, in a way. It might not be, but... Put bluntly, the Promised Land was whichever place a given ancient passed away. The life of an ancient was one of cruel and continuous journeying. They traveled incessantly, cultivating spiritual energy by multiplying the planet's many life forms, the grass, the trees, the animals. For the duration of their lives, that arduous journey never ceased. And when it was finally over, they would return to the planet. That place, the place of their death, was what we call the Promised Land. I think that was actually what Aerith kind of describes when she calls it her second home. I thought she like called it something in the Japanese, like in chapter 14. I'm curious now. Let me just double check. What did she say in the Japanese? At the ends. Oh, she says, this place belongs to the Cetra. Like in English localization, she says, don't worry, it's like a second home. In the more direct translation, it says, it's alright. This place belongs to the Cetra. So a little bit different. Kind of saying what he's saying, somewhat similar to what he's saying here in terms of like the Promised Land Promised Lands belongs to the Cetra in a way, but a little different. Regarding the sub, discovering the underwater ruins of Rador, and oh yeah, they're definitely gonna have Rador, right? They have to have Rador. I wonder if they're gonna do anything with Modeoheim and like Bonora, because like they, like at one point in an interview at some point, I think Nojima was like, oh, he would like to incorporate some Crisis Core areas. What's that? The planet's loving grace and providence. I suppose that moment when the ancients returned to the planet, the moment they were freed from their harsh fate was, for them, an act of grace and providence. Those, at least, are my thoughts on the matter, but at this juncture I cannot claim they're certain. What happens if I say not? Oh, you're here for something else? Well, I'm afraid I'm a little of use. Okay. I think that's really the big, like, lore dump, elder, from what I remember. I think the robes are headed to Modeoheim. That'd be cool. Man, maybe that's how you do some Genesis stuff, right? Like maybe you ends up at a Crisis Core location like Modeoheim. There might be another elder somewhere. I think that's the main one though. Oh, there's another elder. Hello there. Can I help you? Know anything about the ancients? The ancients, huh? Professor Gas could have helped with that. He used to visit from time to time. He was a Shinra scholar. Spent years and years pursuing the mysteries of the ancients. An outstanding man he was. Not the sort you usually find at Shinra. It must have been about 30 years ago when he finally discovered an ancient's corpse. He was elated, of course. If I recall, he named it Genova and set about conducting all sorts of research. Then one day, he showed up here looking completely drained. I heard him muttering to himself something about Genova not being an ancient. He seems to think he'd done something unforgivable. Wow, because it's so good. That was the last anyone saw of him. I heard he never even went back to Shinra, just disappeared. But if by some miracle you ever run into him, maybe you can deliver a message from me. Tell him, the old sot at Cosmo Canyon has a few questions about the ancients. Because as much as I'd love to talk your ear off, all I know about the ancients comes from folk tales and legends. No one around here knows the truth anymore. By the way, your fellow travelers are all outside by the Cosmo Candle. Planning to leave already? There is an NPC kind of like this in Rebirth, where he like, there's like it's at the bar, so it's appropriate that this is in a bar, but there's an NPC in Rebirth who is like at the bar, and when you walk by him, he's like, oh, Professor Gas, if only you were here, like, and starts like thinking back on like Professor Gas and like what kind of advice he would give and what guidance he would give. So this NPC could very well be like a reference to that. Well, the opposite way, but yeah. I think she's talking about Promised Land with that quote, or that field of the flowers you see in Advent Children. Modeoheim and Bonora are a must. Modeoheim would also trigger more glitches in Cloud 2, yeah. I don't think there's anyone else here. Yeah, no. I never saw that NPC, that's cool. Yeah. I'm pretty sure we stopped by it on my playthrough on stream, but I think I might actually have it in a file that I sent to Sleepeasy at one point. It was like, check out these NPCs. I'm not sure if I clipped that one. Let's see real quick.
Oh.
Is there a bar? NPC.
They would spend like we. They.
Oh yeah, right here. I do have it. Hold on. Because I have everything. Let's see.
I can return to the planet right now and be completely satisfied.
Professor Gast, I hope you know that your legacy lives on.
Like, oh, Professor Gas, I hope you know that your legacy lives on, that your discoveries paved the way for our successes.
Discoveries paved the way for our successes. What other scholar could ever hope to match your passion and excellence? Why did you have to leave us? Every day I strain to listen and pluck out your voice from the planet's chorus.
It's like a very different, it's not quite the same, but maybe like a little bit of a callback. Wonder if they had Robia Ruins. Man, I don't even remember Robia Ruins. I'm being 100%. Oh, is that like the kind of like area with all the tomb, like all the like the bird, like the tombstones or whatever it was, that the slabs that had those loveless text? Is that what that was? I don't remember Crisis Core super well, so which is why we're gonna play it starting on Sunday. Oh, Ever Crisis. Oh, I got it. Yeah. It's not so direct that they're having a surprise about the truth of Genova later. Robio where Sephiroth got Masamune. Yeah. So this chat was the bonfire I was talking about. Cosmo Canyon, the birthplace of Avalanche. All these conversations are so good. Let's lock in. Me and the crew had a promise, you know. We promised that someday when we'd save the planet from Shinra, we'd all go to Cosmo Canyon and celebrate. Biggs, Wedge, Jesse. They're all gone now. They gave their lives protecting this planet. Hell, is that even true? What we did? Is it really for the sake of the planet? Maybe I just did it because I hated Shinra. The things I've done. Do I even deserve to keep going on this journey? Those three, will they ever forgive me? He kind of has this thought, right? Like when you think about it in the Cosmo Canyon Proto-Relic side quests, is kind of where you get a little bit of this reflection from Barret. I got no idea. There's one thing I do know. If there's anything I can do to save this planet, to save the people living on it, then I'm gonna do it. It don't matter if it's for justice or revenge or something else. Let people think what they want. What matters is I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna fight. This ain't the end. It's a new begin. Avalanche is born again. The guilt towards Avalanche feels very one-to-one with how he feels about his actions in Old Corral. Yeah. Hey, Cloud. Bonfires are kind of funny, huh? The Tifa dialogue here, I remember being really good. This is so good. Let's fuck. They make you remember all sorts of things. Cloud, 5 years ago. This is where she starts to kind of probe. So she does it at different points in Rebirth. No. Never mind. I'm afraid to ask. What is it? It feels like you're about to go somewhere. Somewhere far away. You really are you, right? Like within the context of the original, I remember, I don't know about you, chat. Hi, Cammy. I don't remember about the rest of you, but in my first playthrough of the original, granted I was a kid, so my memory is pretty good though. I have like memories of kind of being a baby, not like an actual baby, but like I got very young memories. But anyway, I do not remember clocking this when I played for the first time. This is like one of those hints about the truth that not like a baby, more like, I forget how old I was. I was like, I have this like very vivid image though of standing in front of my grandmother's like mirror, and she had this big wall. It was like her living room wall was like a giant mirror, and I had to be like 4 at most. I just remember like drool all over my shirt because I would like drool on myself. I had really bad drool as a kid. So I have memories from when I was very young. That's one of them. I remember my first day of kindergarten. Like I remember crying and my uncle coming and like, you know, chilling me out. I can remember those things, which is not common, I guess, to have those kinds of memories, but yeah, so like I don't remember. So I remember playing FF7 for the first time, not like in great detail, but like I remember, you know, certain like moments that like hit me. And like this one I did not clock this at all. Like the "you really are you," right? Like it's one of the first hints, especially coming from Tifa, about like how unreliable he is and all that. You really are you. Just that line, like, you really are you, right? Fuck. But this thing's got nothing. Aerith. I've learned so much here. The elders really taught me a lot. About Cetra, about the Promised Land. I'm all alone. There's no one else. But we're here with you. Of course, I know. But the Cetra, I'm the only one left. She kind of has this moment a little bit more in Nibelheim, right? Like, it's sort of baked into her Cosmo Canyon speech in Rebirth, where she talks about, you know, kind of, I don't remember if she talks about being alone specifically, but she does mention, like, not being able to live a normal life like others. But this reminds me of, like, her Nibelheim conversation in Rebirth when she is like, I just want to be left alone because I don't have anyone from my childhood the way like you have with Tifa. It's like some similar, like, kind of like somber thinking and like introspection kind of happens in the Nibelheim scene in Rebirth. Still, can we help you? And then she just turns away, right? She's like, she has nothing more to say. You can't even like talk to her again. Yeah. They kind of recreate this moment with the Nibelheim like water tower scene. It's sure been a while since I had something like this. Jeez, it's bringing back all kinds of memories. That's it? Okay. Oh, now I can talk to Red. It feels like ages ago. Look at them, gathered around the fire, just like us that day. Me and Mom and Dad. If only we could do that again. No, I shouldn't talk about that stuff. What's wrong? It's just hard to talk about my parents. Whenever I think about my mom, my chest swells with so much pride, I feel like it'll burst. When it comes to my dad, there's nothing but anger in my heart. So this kind of happens elsewhere in Cosmo Canyon and Rebirth. Even like in other places, he brings it up. So then, you still haven't forgiven him. Why would I? He left Mom to die. When the Gi invaded, he ran away on his own. He abandoned Mom and everyone else in the Vale. Follow me, Nanaki. There's something I wish to show you. The place we're going is rather dangerous. Cloud, why don't you and one of your companions accompany us? I feel like it has to be Barret, right? Given how Rebirth did it. FF7 is loaded with commentary on parental influence. Yeah, there's a lot of it. I wonder what he wants to show Red 13. Can I come too? I want to. They're both kind of better party members, but I'll stick to the kinda canon. Every time you say Cloud, I hear Chadley. I am Chadsex. Bum 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 bum. Cloud? Cloud, I need some data. Cloud. Have you done your battle intel, Cloud? I need some more data, Cloud. You haven't forgotten, right? I need more data. FF7 handles a lot of mental health stuff very well. Yeah. I swear to God, it's Chadley in part 3. Of course it's in part 3. Oh, all set, are we? Yep. Well then, shall we proceed? Can't help but notice you've been a bit lax of late. Oh, yeah. That's something he says, right? Son of a bitch. There we are. Now in you go. Aren't you gonna lead the way, Gramps? Chad would be the final boss, yeah. Of the DLC. I mean, maybe the final boss is a game. It's not off the table. He's very Sephiroth coded, as we discussed at the end of last stream. Me? Nonsense. Didn't I tell you it's dangerous in there? You really want an old man like me going first? No, I'll tag along behind. Here we go. Not quite the same Gi experience. Chad Ceratops? Now we're talking. Now we're cooking, chat. That's how you do it. Hell yeah. I have no material. Oh, I do. Okay. But hell yeah. Chad Ceratops. Chad Ceratops. God damn. I like that. I think the gear weak to fire. We better shot fire. Do we have any new equipment for these guys? I definitely have a new gun for Barret. Yeah. He still has the one. Oh shit. Tighten on him. Might as well. Imagine turning into something hideous. The Hojo transformation is going to be crazy. I need to do a proper explanation of Cosmo Canyon again and Rebirth. Need to see if there's a hint of Danae. Oh, well, they do have the art, right? Like in the, if you go into the, like locked off, like treasure vault thing, that's near Bugenhagen's like planetarium. There's that like locked room and you can go in after you talk to Bugenhagen. All right. Cool things. All good, Sephiroth. Thanks for hanging out. But you do see a painting or like a portrait that includes like young Red 13 Nanaki and like young Danae. I'm very excited to see the reason why they expanded the Gi lore. Yeah, because as you see, like there's not much here. Unless there's something in the Shinra Archeology Cut that I don't even realize. I do wonder how the group will be split in the Midgar section. Yeah. And they have to do they have to have Yuffie go into Deep Grounds and have the sort of like moment with Nero and so on, and that all has to happen. The Gi lore expansion is incredible. It's one of the best additions they've made. Prod Claude battle. They've definitely had like a lot of like early beta Proud Clods, you know? Every time Scarlet fights is basically like a version of Proud Claude. Nothing that way. Strangely shaped rock. Yeah, smash that shit. Ah, shit. You're all over the first gi. Damn, that fucking miss. Well, I hope we get at least 3 splits of 3. Well, yeah, because like if they split the party a lot in the Returns to Midgar, it could be like Temple of the Ancients, right? Where it's like a lot of different, each group can have their in the Returns to Midgar. That would be a really smart way to do it, actually, is to have, you know, 3 parties kind of going on 3 different journeys. That would actually be a really smart way to do it, in my opinion, because then you can cover a lot of story in Midgar by having 3 different parties kind of tackling 3 different things. Because the Yuffie, yeah, the Yuffie stuff is definitely gonna be something. But you can have her with a couple other party members handling that. Okay, there we go. Oh shit, that's just the way forward. I don't want to go there yet. Oh, this place teems with the ghosts of the Gi, departed souls whose owners were bested by a certain Watcher. Watcher? But the hate-filled spirits of the Gi will refuse the Lifestream's embrace and persisted even in death. Come, we still have a long way to go. Oh. All right, I don't want to go there quite yet. Explore a little bit. Red better read the team going after Hojo and Vincent, right? Yeah, Red, Vincent, Cloud. They're the 3 characters most affected by Hojo. So those 3 have to be there. I wonder how they'll handle Wutai. There's so much to do. So on OG, they 2 that were too angry to die. Rebirth, they were aliens. Yeah, the whole like they're from without, from what I understand, like them not being from the planet and of the planet, that is new. Unless it comes up in this mod. Fucking fight. I forgot my way around this, like what I need to do technically. Oh shit, I want an enemy skill, hold on. Oh damn, they turned around. Fuck. I was watching someone the other day, this YouTube video of like somebody who's like, oh, I avoid RPGs, but I played FF7 for the first time. There's something like RPG hater tries FF7 for the first time. And they were talking about how they got really into the combat of the original because they were the active aspect of it. Like the ATB here, we have it turned to active because there is the wait version where it's enemies don't do anything while you're in the menu. But this kid, I say kid, he's probably like 25, I don't know. But he never played the original, but one of the things, oh, I watched that too. I didn't finish the video, but I did watch that part, and it was cool to see him actually be into the combat. I had such a tough time in this dungeon because I barely touched Barret or Red. For sure. I just forgot what I need to do to get all the like extra stuff here. Sid versus Palmer boss fight, I guess. Can't remember if we survived that truck in Rocket Town. We're definitely gonna get that right. The truck moment. They have to recreate the truck moment. He's such a goofy character, too, that it seems almost obvious that they would do that. How do we get over there? Maybe I need to like continue first. Oh yeah, that's right. Ow. I think I have to walk across that, right? I thought I'd just eat it one time and then I could do whatever. Yeah, I think I need to like physically walk across that oil. I was like, I'll just fucking tank it. It'll be good. I was weird to see it be that smooth. Yeah. It's really cool to play the original FF7 at 60 frames per second, especially. Yeah, I did tank it. It was fine. I mean, I'm severely injured. Holy shit. I say like, oh yeah, I tanked it. I was fine. Look at my health. 33 for Cloud, 1 for Red 13, 117 for Barret. I could have easily been so dead. Such a game over situation. I need to see, set this up. It looks incredible. Yeah, I'm gonna post. I think someone clipped in the Twitch. It should come up in like Twitch clips, but somebody clipped all of the mods. But I'll also post it in the information in this YouTube video. Nothing to gain there. Ah, god damn it. Chat, hear me out. Palmer gets run over by his tank Ceratops. Okay. Barris. I forgot your other name. I know you have another name. But yeah, now we're cooking. That's a way to bring tank Ceratops in. But here's the thing. He has to knock out Palmer, but then we also have to fight it as a boss, right? Like, tank Ceratops needs to be tank Ceratops. Also, what am I doing? I could bring chat right over to the game screen. Oh no, I can't. Shit. Because then it hides it. Never mind. I thought I was being clever. Alright. Think Ceratops motorcycle fight? Yeah. Alright. Up. Well. Oh. Also having the mods for like some of these locations. I've mentioned it before, but there's a really great mod of like environments that were like hand done. Like these are very much like AI, from what I understand. So what does this mod add to this one? What do you mean, JV Dragoon? You mean like the environment? Because the environment, I think, is just an AI upscale for like most of the environments, including this one. There is a really good mod that does like hands. It's like hand updated, but they've only done like 10% of the maps. It looks better. It looks even better, but there's not much of it, unfortunately. unless you mean like the mod. Otherwise, I'm on the Shinra Archeology mod also, which retranslates it, so it's a more updated translation of the original, which is great because the original translation wasn't good. So it's an updated translation, and it adds cut content. So earlier we saw a Barret scene that wasn't in the original. We also saw in Zack's house in Gongaga, there's a note on the table that he had sent to his parents that wasn't in the original game. He basically just says like, oh, I became a soldier, sorry that I left, and I have a girlfriend. Remember when you climb up Sephiroth Reborn? I hope they turn that into an actual gameplay system with a climbing resource of some sort. I really wonder how they'll do it. You know, the weapon battles are the one thing that I think they might disappoint, right? Because like they've had several large-scale battles in both of these games, like Sephiroth Reborn, the Whisper Harbinger, etc., where it's like the party on a set plane and the boss is like there at the end because they're too big to sort of like be on the environment, and you sort of just engage it that way, especially given the fact that they don't have a jump button and like all that kind of stuff, unless they actually try to do a jump button. You know, if they're trying to like, how could they explore the system to do more, like if they want to bring it to other Final Fantasy games, because I do wonder how I'm a little afraid that it's not going to be as like multi-level and crazy as we expect, because they kind of did the Advent Children sort of fight with Jenova Lifeklinger in Rebirth, right? Where you had the party, as they were like falling, they were doing attacks, but the crazy Advent Children type combat stuff they saved for kind of the cutscene things in between the actual combat, and then you would land on like a surface and then you would fight Jenova. So I don't know if it's going to be, everyone has this like image of like jumping through the air and doing attacks, and I just don't know if they'll really pull it off. I hope they do, but it is possible that the weapons might kind of feel like how they've done Whisper Harbinger and Sephiroth Reborn. I'm sure it's something that they're trying to do, like live up to the idea. But so far, every time they've had like a large scale fight, they've kind of done the same general thing. Jump on would be good. Could also be used for platforming puzzles, yeah. I saw someone mention, I forget what, it's like a spin-off Final Fantasy I never played. It might have been Dissidia. I forget who mentioned it. It might have been Nico or something, where they were talking about like, oh, it would be cool if apparently in that game, like I said, I think it's Dissidia, there's like crazy physics where a character, I think even Cloud, can like run up a wall, like physically run up a wall. Like the physics are like very Advent Children. I forget what game it is. I haven't played whatever the game is. It is a Final Fantasy game, but like I said, I'm not a massive Final Fantasy nut. Like haven't played it. Dissidia 0012. It looked cool because the streamer showed it, and I was like, oh, that would be cool. Like I said, I haven't played every Final Fantasy, so. Apologies if you already answered, but can we still post our crazy theories in Discord? Of course. Always. That's what it's there for. There's literally a wild FF7, you know, lore, like theory channel on Discord. I don't know if you mean like via voice and stuff, because you can leave voice notes too, so you can do it that way as well. But as you may have realized, this cave leads to the back of Cosmo Canyon. I'm wondering if some of Vincent's combat would be like dirge a bit. Yeah, I think so. The Gi were larger than us, you see, and far more brutal. If they had managed to assault us from the rear, we would have stood no chance. What's interesting about Vincent too, we've only seen him fight in his oh, why am I blanking? Galleon Beast form, right? Like his limit break form. We haven't seen Vincent fight yet. Oh, the Shinra Manor Scythe dude. Yeah. That was another big miss, actually. I was really looking forward to that in Rebirth as well. The Gi were larger than us, you see, and far more brutal. If they had managed to assault us from the rear, we would have stood no chance. But let us continue on. I forgot that Bugenhagen does a lot of kind of exposition along the way. In Rebirth, I forgot that he did. Or in the original, I mean. Weapons are Square's golden ticket to bring in some epically hard optional super bosses. Yeah, I'm probably underselling it. They'll do some crazy shit. I just have my Doomer moments also, where I'm like, oh, maybe they don't pull it off. I had those fears before Rebirth too, and then they blew it away. Especially with like the chocobos, and even though the chocobos have like limitations, and they're kind of guided in a way, like you can only do the black chocobo up the walls with the arrows, but they made it work. I'm really curious how, I mean, we all are, how the high wind will work. They gotta see to go through the web, right? Yeah, if it's something left, right on the analog would be strafing instead of turning. I wonder how they do it. I wonder if the Discord link is still current. Be fighting with the high wind at one point, yeah. I could see them doing like let me know, who was it, Cammy? I think you were the one who was asking about, or Easy Mid. You're on Twitch, so I think the Discord link just posted from Nightbot. Let me know if that link is still active, because I know it like updates every 7 days, so it should still be the same one, but I can't remember. Gotta fight this big spider. I feel like fire might actually heal this thing. No, okay. I keep forgetting to check the limit breaks for all the characters. Like, I know Cloud is at level 2, but I feel like Barret should almost be up there. Oh, that was a good save by Cloud. Try Death Blow. Damn, that stink bomb is crazy. Cool. I have not grinded either. What do you think Cloud gives the Black Materia to hold on to? Don't know. mean, the most heartbreaking is Tifa. Oh no, Tifa is with you. So I guess maybe Barret? I think it might be the same choices, right? Like probably Barret or Red 13. Yeah, it works. Just trying to write it all. Okay, no problem. It's 9 pages? Oh my god. Yeah, I wonder how you post that. Maybe start a thread? Because you can start threads in that channel. So it might be worth starting a thread for it. In theory, you should not even take the material to the creator. In theory. What am I looking for? Oh yeah, I want to look up limits. He's still, yeah. He hasn't unlocked level 2 yet. Okay. I was also going to heal again. Going through ethers. Is there nothing down there, really? Numbing Latch. Cloud will have 2 black materials in part 3. He keeps 1 hidden when we get from Genova. Behold the word red. Huh. I don't know if they'll like. I don't know if they'll go that crazy. Unless he just tries to pass the fake off. But I feel like Sephiroth already took the fake somewhere. Well, they keep showing the premonition, right, of him. Like, I wonder how controllable he will be in the. It's like a doorway, isn't there? Hold on. There's no interest that way. There's really no purpose to go down here? Huh. If they ever remade Dirge, would they get Ojima to help fix the story? But he didn't write for that story for that game. Yeah, I think anything FF7, like, from now on, they're going to be very protective of. And I think they're going to, have Nojima handle it. There's a theory that he's going to stab Sephiroth with the Black Materia infused sword, and that was interesting. And Sephiroth kind of set him up for that, right? Like in the Cloud trial. That's a mean way. Obviously, I've very much forgotten how to do this puzzle. Most heartbreaking is Barret, because he used to be the most suspicious of Cloud, and when he finally trusts him, it'll be tragic. The thing is, like, Barret now seems to have quite a bit of distrust, right? Like, he looks over at Tifa like, you know, should we trust him, sort of thing. So I do wonder if they'll have that same dynamic. I mean, the funny thing is, like, in the original, right, after the Temple of the Ancients, we'll see it when we get to it in this playthrough. But after the Temple of the Ancients, you know, Cloud beats the shit out of Aerith, and then Barret is like, oh no, we need you, bro. Because Cloud wants to quit at that point. He's like, no, we need you, bro. And he's like, oh, you gotta keep going, you gotta keep going. And he literally just almost mortally wounded Aerith. So it's an interesting position that he has. Because Cloud very justifiably is like, I'm afraid I might lose it again. Shit. Red is the most believable. Yeah, it'd be the player choice. Most likely, yeah. It gives us some replay value too, right? Like, then another playthrough, you could decide to give it to Barret, or you can decide to give it to Red. And then just see how the interaction changes based on that. God damn it. I'm just eating ethers. How do I get to all the side stuff? Remake and Rebirth took a lot of the Aerith abuse. Well, yeah, it'd be much harder for him to have actually beat the shit out of Aerith, and then the party be cool with that. It's similar to the Cade Sith, you know, kidnapping Marlene. He very wisely changed that. Let me get some more wine. Very wisely changed that though, because that would, yeah. Not only would players, like new players especially, hate Cade Sith if he, you know, kidnapped Marlene, they took her hostage, but I could not see Barret pretty much ever forgiving that. Slot fight still in though? Probably. I think so. I think I need to go through here. Oh yeah, here we go. I was gonna do the fight. Yeah, I've got a crit on that. OGK was a scumbag who forced his way into the party by using Marlene as a hostage. Yeah. It was... that would have never flown. I didn't expect them to keep that. And they didn't. Understandably. Fuck you. Yeah, like some of the worst character actions, they definitely took out. How do you feel about the Sid changes? I've talked about it before on stream, but basically, oh shit, what did I just do? Basically, we haven't seen, like when we meet Sid in the original, which we will, he's in a tense day. He's expecting Shinra to show up. He has like a whole pitch for Rufus to try to, like, he wants to get the space program reactivated. And he's not sure if he will or if he can, but he's gonna try. So he's like worked up that day when we meet him. And, you know, he's, you know, there with Shira. Shinra's coming to town. All the worst memories of like why his dream died is like present in that day. And so he's worked up. It's a day where he's really worked up. So for him to be even angrier, have a shorter temper, all that stuff makes a ton of sense. But that was our first impression of Sid in the original FF7. So, and you know, first impressions are powerful, even in real life. So all of us sort of immediately categorize Sid as, oh, he's just the angry dickhead all the time. But even replaying the original, as we're doing now, you'll see there's tons of scenes where Sid might have like a little bit of a short temper and a smart mouth, but he's not like super wild. Not all the time. And there are times where he's like kind of weirdly childlike in a way. Oh, fuck. That just lets to the same place. How do I get to that one? I knew how to do this at one point. You know what I could do. So anyway, he's in a real rough, he's having a rough day. So he's a real shithead. In Rebirth, we meet him while he's on his job, right? Like he's flying people around. And so he's trying to sell his services to the party. So the fact that he's not a complete dickwad actually makes a lot of sense. But I think once we get back to I think once we get to Rocket Town, that's where we'll see a lot of the crazy shit. But we'll see him like triggered and he'll start to act that way. And there's a couple moments in Rebirth where he like does have a bit of a smart mouth to the party. Like when they're trying to like, you know, when they're telling him like, oh, you're going to crash us. He's like, shit, you know, sit your ass down and shut up. He says something along those lines. So he has those moments, but they're like very few and far between. And his initial moments when we first meet him, he's super sweet. So it's very like jarring and weird. And there's a line of dialogue from an NPC in the Highwind in the original, where it's after you get the Highwind for the first time. There's this mechanic who's like working in the Highwind. And if you talk to him, he talks about how he helped, well, like how the Avalanche, you know, stole the Highwind. But he thinks back to like right before Avalanche got there. He's like, oh yeah, all the bigwigs from Shinra showed up and they're all assholes. But Sid was there, and Sid was like just as sweet as or like just as warm-hearted as I always heard he was. He says this about Sid. So he describes Sid as like very warm-hearted, which is just not how we see him in the original. But there is a character in the original that describes him that way. So I just feel like we have this like one-dimensional understanding of Sid. We just see him as like the big jerk who curses a lot, smokes a lot of cigarettes, but he's not only that. And it's not just his character arc that makes him a nicer person. It definitely helps, but he's not always that all the time. I hope he's not censored. I hope he is an asshole and I think they will have the, you know, sit down and drink your goddamn tea. I would be shocked if they don't actually have that line. It's way too iconic of a line, of a Sid line, especially for him not to say it at some point. He may not be as outright of an asshole to Shira. He might be mean to her, but he might not call her, you know, a waste of shit or whatever he says. Like he says some pretty mean shit. So I don't know if he'll go like as far with Shira. That's probably where they might pull him back a little bit. We'll see, you know. All right, how the fuck do I run around this thing? 4. I already got that. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. That makes sense now. I have my old... Well, it's not technically my old strategy guide. It is the old physical strategy guide. But I bought it off of eBay a couple years ago for like old time's sake. And so it has all the maps and all that. And I haven't needed to use it until now. Yeah, you'll be on Nintendo. Well, Nintendo also has Cyberpunk now, so not everything will be censored on a Nintendo. RT could still be the first location of Part 3, Rocket Town. Perhaps Shinra will be waiting for their arrival, thus grounding the Bronco, sends it into a rage. I can see that. I've talked before in stream of how I think like Rocket Town's kind of a boring start of part 3. But I can definitely see whether it happens like right at the beginning or not. I can definitely see like him getting pissed. FF9 is the worst strategy guide. I don't remember it. I had it. I don't remember it. I have the tactics strategy guide too, and I thought I might need it, because I needed it as a kid. But that game, I just like embraced how hard it was, and just like figuring it out. As a kid, I couldn't figure it out, but now as an adult, I like thrive on like some of those hard fights. Like shit, how do I? There was one boss that man, I was on that for like an hour and a half, but did not use the guide. There's a fairy ring. What does that do? Poison and blind. Like the original World of Warcraft strategy guide? Wow. Alright, how do we get to the other weird one? Oh, really? Oh, yeah, I kind of figured that one out. Okay. So I pretty much did everything except that one up there. I'd actually tolerate this game with this mod. It's a really great... I mean, the mods are all really good. I have a lot. It's not just one. I also like having the Rebirth or the Remake style menu and all of that. Just got the platinum, I'll never play it again. Oh, of the original? Yeah, the 7 Heaven mod manager is sick. Shit, what did I just get? I wasn't looking. Oh well, whatever. Is there a save point up here? I hope so. The Watcher rushed through this cave all alone. He pounced from one foe to the next, felling all who dared oppose him. Gramps, that Watcher. Oh, just a little further now. It was my favorite game ever. Then I played it again after 27, 28 years. FF7. I actually hadn't played FF7 probably in, I don't know, really long time. Before Remake, I replayed it for the first time since like the PS1 era, because it's my favorite game. But I don't replay games constantly, usually. The only games I've ever replayed really are FF7, The Last of Us. I think that's it. I usually just move on to, rather than just replay something, I'm like, oh, I want to play something new. And play something I never played before. Shit, burning through ethers. Oh well. Thought there might be a save point. Oh, I got a turbo ether. Thank you. Yeah, I'm not a big replay. Not a big replay, dude. What wickedness is this? Gramps, is this another? Even in death, the souls of the Gi, like stagnant air. So there's like some sense of like them lingering, right? Sense danger. They just take that and like really expanded it. Human Talk was so goddamn hard. Lyra. This OG never made it evident that the Gi outright created the black materia. No. No, that's all new. That face scared the hell out of me when I was... Yeah. Bow, bow, bow. Oh, I wondered if it would miss because it's like a ground-based thing. I did wonder, and it did. Damn, he's eating MP? That's not fair. I should probably kill that thing. Oh, Hellfire is probably gonna heal it, right? Not Gina Talk, but that flame enemy. Love they kept in Rebirth. They can heal the Gi to death. Oh, yeah. Oh, I could probably do that to this motherfucker, right? I should try that with them. I didn't mean to do it to him. Let me just see if a potion will... Even if it's just a potion. Yeah, it hurt him. I'll do Cure on him. Soul Drain is so damn annoying in Rebirth. Oh yeah, his Drain ability. Man, the Gi and the Talk hard mode fight. I don't know if you were here for that because it was on Twitch and looks like you're a YouTube player, or YouTube watcher. But man, the Gi and the Talk hard mode fight was crazy. Ow. The problem with Soul Drain and Rebirth 2 was that he would do it to Barret, and Barret is so slow. Oh, you were here. Barret was so slow. It was so hard to... Remember, I had crashed out in that fight. It was very rare for me to get, like, that frustrated, but... Yeah, Gina's Talk on hard did that to me. Do I have, like, a high potion at all? Oh, I didn't want to do it on the flame thing. Shit. I wasted that blade burst. I died to the hard mode Doom timer like 3 times. Yeah. I feel it was just hard for me to even get to the Doom timer. Doom timer. Got him. Okay. That was a lot easier. Oh wait, was it deleted Barret scene? It was very early in the stream, so you can go back to that. But it was like after you leave Gongaga, he basically talks about like destroying the reactor was very similar to what happened in Corel, and mostly about just how messed up it was with Shinra. It wasn't a huge scene. I didn't know what to expect. I just knew there was a new scene. Like, I knew there was a deleted scene that didn't make it in the original, but was planned to be in the original. It's just like him thinking. I think, if I remember, it was like him thinking back on like Corel and how the Gongaga situation was very similar to the Corel situation. Thank you, Cloud. If not for you and your friends, I fear we would not have survived. You, Nanaki, how strong you have become. You think so? Now I know that it was no mistake bringing you here. Come. The thing I wish to show you is just ahead. Give me that. Give me that gravity. Wasn't Hamaguchi asked about deleted dialogue and his response was like, oh, oops. That was for Rebirth, yeah. There was in the PC version, there was an old script where it seemed like Sid at the very end was aware of the rift in the sky. He was like, don't think about it too much. Oh, yeah, I remember having an affection mechanic scene that was deleted, but in the yeah. This is where the Watcher fought off the invading Gi. He kept them from taking even one step inside Cosmo Canyon. But at the cost of never returning home himself. Look well, Nanaki. Behold your father, the Watcher Seto. Amazing. That's Seto? Seto stood his ground and continued to fight the Gi. He gave his last to protect the Veil. Even after the Gi's poisoned arrows transformed his body to stone, even after the enemy had turned tail and fled, the Watcher Seto remained to stand watch over this place. Even now, he continues to protect us. A nightmare? I don't know what to make of that Genny night, but what's up? You're doing the VA, yeah. I'm just like, you know. Even now? Trying to do an old sounding Bugenhagen. He knew how it might look. That he would seem like a coward who fled when he was needed most. Where's Marcus with his soft when we need him? Who's Marcus? All the same, he went alone and gave his life to keep Cosmo Canyon safe. Yes, that is Seto, your father. Seto, could it really be? What about my mom? Did she know? You do a pretty good old wise thank you. Oh, why, of course she did. It was, after all, she and Seto who asked me to seal this cave. They requested I do it alone and speak of it to no one. This cave and the horrors it witnessed would be best forgotten. That is what I was told. She didn't sound like an old asshole who thinks he's right and doesn't know shit. I'm doing the original Bugenhagen. I mean, he's kind of an asshole too here. He's just more polite about it. Here, he's not gonna like say to Cloud's face, hey, you're a fucking idiot. He's gonna be like, forgive me, Cloud. Could you leave the two of us alone? He's like, can you go away? Because now I'm gonna talk shit. Now that you're away, I'm about to, you know, talk shit. But I'm not gonna be a rude asshole like some, you know, other future me could be. Nanaki, I wish for you to continue your journey with Cloud and the others. But Gramps, listen to me, Nanaki. They say they intend to save the planet, a bold proposition. Frankly, I don't believe it can be done. See, like, he's already, like, I don't think they can do what they came here to say they wanted to do. Even if they were to shut down every reactor on the planet, doing so would only postpone its inevitable death. Defeating this Sephiroth would avail them little, I fear. For all things given form must someday yield to dissolution. Which is interesting because, like, Sephiroth refuses to dissolve, right? That's, like, key to why he returns in Advent Children. And we talk about with, like, Aerith, like, she doesn't dissolve either. At least in, like, Livestream White. Because she's sticking around because of Sephiroth. Yet, I've been wondering lately, Nanaki, is there truly nothing we as inhabitants of this planet, and as a part of this planet, can do to assuage her suffering? No matter the outcome, isn't it important that we at least try? So here he's starting to like rethink. So a similar thing happens, assuage. Yeah, it's basically like to kind of like resolve and soften her pain, right? But he's saying like he's having the change of heart, right? So in Rebirth, he has a similar change of heart. He does it in front of Cloud and the party. He's like, when your party told me about what they were planning to do, I didn't think they could do it. He does it in front of them in Remake and Rebirth, and he goes like, you know, I've become, you know, closed-minded. He says that, but it's just so much more obvious in Rebirth, because in Rebirth, he has the moment where he calls Tifa fucking crazy. And like, it's so much more in your face. But he has a similar change of heart here. Perhaps I've been too accepting of fate. And I remember playing this before Rebirth, and I was like, oh my God, a mention of like fate and accepting fate and like challenging fate. Like he sees what can happen to the planet as like fate. I was like, wow, so there is like a fate moment. Weirdly, in Rebirth, he doesn't talk about fate at all. So this whole like fate concept that's like huge to the Remake trilogy doesn't get addressed by Bugenhagen, despite the fact that it's almost the only part of the original that outright talks about fate. Like, it doesn't come through that way in Rebirth, which is crazy to me. In Rebirth, he ignores fate. He doesn't want to believe in it. Yeah. What choice do I have? I'm too old to resist it now. I'll be 130 this year. And apparently in the Rebirth Ultimania, I think it is, they actually say that Bugenhagen is like part Cetra? I forgot exactly where it is. I think Shinra Archeology probably has a Twitter about it, or a tweet about it, but like, yeah, apparently he has like some kind of Cetra DNA or blood or something that like helps him be this old. It's wild. It's like a new part of the lore that's like dumped into the Ultimania somewhere that's like, okay. Which is why, Nanaki, you must go in my stead. You must see this struggle through to the end. Gramps, I wanted you to witness your true father before you left this place for good. I'm so glad you returned while I was still alive to show you. Come on, Gramps, don't talk like that. I don't want to think of you going away. I've lived plenty long enough. Stop it, Gramps, you gotta keep living. I'll follow this journey to the end. I'll see what becomes of the planet, and then I'll come back home and tell you all about it. God, the death of Bugenhagen, if they recreate that moment, which I think was missable. I think, in the original, like, that, man. He doesn't talk about dying in Rebirth. I don't remember. I don't think so. Nanaki. There's like, I don't know if JV, if you just haven't played the original or not. I can't remember if you're one of the chatters who mentioned that. There is a scene of like Bugenhagen's death, but I think it's missable, if I'm not mistaken. Like, it just depends on if you go back to, I played the OG, it was a long time ago. There's like, yeah, there's like a scene, I think it's missable. I think it's optional. If you go back to Cosmo Canyon super late in the game, like before the final thing, his death scene is there, but I think it's optional. I don't think you always, I don't think it's like part of the story, like guaranteed story. Yes, I am Nanaki, Watcher of Cosmo Canyon and son of Setsu, protector of our Vale. Just you watch. I'll come home a true watcher, worthy of that noble name. So please, Gramps. And then the iconic tears. Those tears. They're Setsu's. Setsu? Dad? Man, this moment though, this just hits. I love how it lingers on it. I will always be a little bothered by how quickly they move on from it in Rebirth. You know, I really struggle to like justify how quickly they get to the Gi stuff. I love the Gi stuff, I do. But man, it gives you that moment with it, you know? Then you have the scene here at the fire just to like process. The buggy's working again. Guess somebody must have fixed it. I think it's time to get a move on. So this is goodbye then. It's Red 13. Guess he made his choice. Gonna miss having him around. And the shame of them like not letting that moment breathe does make me worried about part 3. Just in terms of like, the only thing Hamaguchi said about story pacing is like, make sure the story keeps moving at a pace. But those are story moments, there are many, in Rebirth where like the pace of like hopping from one story moment to the next is actually too fast. That's the problem. The big like complaint people have had isn't about that. It's about like overall story things, right? There's like long chapters where very little happens. You're just following the robes, and obviously there's some character development. There's some, you know, you're seeing the decay of Cloud a bit, but like in terms of like big meaty like story moments, those are mostly, you know, really starting Gongaga, maybe Dine, right? Like Dine, the Gongaga, and then like everything building up to the end. It's really like concentrated into the last few chapters, and there's a lot of chapters where like not a lot of big change happens in the story. So I think that's what needs to be moved along a little bit. So they might take the wrong lesson out of some of the complaints about pacing, because when Hamaguchi talked about it, he's like, oh, we'll keep the story moving, but like there are times like the Gi where it's like, oh, you move the story too fast. Like, and given how much story is left to cover in part 3, that's where I get nervous that they might have that kind of like Dine to Palmer, Seto to Gi, like fast pacing and like no real breathing time. I'm a little afraid of that with part 3. But we'll see. The only thing about part 3 story is there's almost no time to this, like there's almost nothing really. There's very few moments after Aerith's death that are just like lulls, like Costa del Sol. So they don't have, I don't think they'll have a lot of opportunity to not have pacing, just keep on moving. But I hope they give moments that need space to breathe. I hope they give it space to breathe. Guess he's made his choice. Gonna miss having him around though. Inconsistent pacing was a big issue for me, yeah. Honestly, I'm okay with the Dine scene. It might be because I took time myself for that one. So JV, what you said about Dine, I forgot whose playthrough. I was watching some playthrough of Rebirth. It might have been Cataclysm, I think. But it was like, whoever it was, they did the Dine thing, and then, you know, you gave back control to Cloud, and then they stopped. Like, that was the end of like that episode of their playthrough. Like, they saved it there. That was where they left it off. And I was like, oh, that was actually a really good way. I don't even think it was intentional. Like, yeah, a regular person just playing through this game, you know, granted that's a content creator who's doing it for content, so it's also just like, however long that episode was, it made sense to stop there. But like, even regular players, like when I'm playing games, very few games do I like play at huge sittings at once, you know, where it's like, it's pretty rare that I'll play a game for like 7-8 hours in one sitting like I do with FF7. So usually I would play like 2 to 3 hour chunks of a game. So some players might actually take a break after the Dine scene, like oh my god, that was a lot, let me save it, let me step away. The next day they go back, then they do Palmer. But all of us, mostly, ran ahead. And it's like, okay, what's next? And then it's like, oh, Palmer, oh, the pacing feels weird. But if we naturally stopped ourselves, if we played the game that way, it might not feel as jarring. The Gi scene, you're screwed. The Gi scene, there's no space to like stop and save or anything. It just flows into it. But yeah. Okay, what do I want? I've been largely running with... Actually, let's do Girl Squad. All right. Turns around, shakes his head. Again, another beat to like take the moment in. Wait up, I'm coming too. Huh? Bum, bum. My biggest fear when it comes to part 3 is they have to cram everything at the very end of the big exposition dump. I really hope they don't. I mean, the one thing about part 3 is they have a couple of like natural moments for reveals. Live stream sequence. It's gonna happen probably at the latest, like halfway through the game. That's the moment where they have to provide some answers. So they're gonna be forced a couple times to like give answers. There's that. There's the return to Forgotten Capital. That's another moment like where they have to sort of like give something, and I think they will there. Potentially like return to Midgar. I think there are a couple of places where they can naturally give some exposition and like give some answers and not just cram it all at the end, because that has been a problem in part 1 and part 2. Is like the endings are just too much. They're too much, and I think part of it is like they're trying to leave you in a place of like confusion and wonderment, and like so you go to the next one. I don't think they've handled that particularly well, but I can kind of see the thinking, and there will definitely be some crazy shit at the end for sure. I just hope, to your point, that it's not like cramming everything at the end, but I think there are enough places naturally in the story that they won't do it all there. But what percentage into the game do you think Sephiroth the Materia part 3? I'm thinking like, yeah, like a third of the way in. I don't think halfway. Halfway's too late. Unless they like do Wutai War stuff early, then maybe it might get pushed to halfway, but I mean, my ideal would be like Northern Creator give Sephiroth Black Materia around a third of the way in, halfway in live stream sequence, 2/3 Return to Midgar, and then the big finale. I don't know where you fit Wutai War and all that stuff into that, especially if like once the meteor is summoned, how into war will Wutai and Shinra be? So I really don't know. Maybe they could open part 3 with the party trying to get to the north, but being like caught up in the Wutai War, so that we have to do something Wutai early before getting to the north. Yeah. Cloud, please look after Nanaki. What changed your mind? I think I must have grown up a little. I also wonder if like at any point if Nanaki outright asks to be called Nanaki, because toward the end of the game he's still called Red 13 by everyone except Barret. And like the game's menus and everything call him Red 13. I wonder if at any point in part 3 he just becomes Nanaki. Oh, if you ever require my knowledge, please do not hesitate to return. Cool. All right, y'all. I'm going to save it here. That will be the end of the stream. Gone pretty late. It's almost midnight. It's a 4-hour stream. I will see. I don't even know how many people are on Twitch because most of the chatters are YouTube. Depending on how many people are on Twitch, we'll see if we end up rating. 14. Is there anybody to raid even? At this point, oh, actually, yes. We will raid into Crossout Bryce. Please, anybody watching on Twitch, there's a guy named Crossout Bryce. He's playing Final Fantasy X right now. He's been in the stream before. He's been in the chat here. He reacted to my Rebirth video. It was a really good watch. Let me find that first and let me share that to everyone, including everyone on YouTube. Bryce is awesome. I like Bryce a lot. I enjoy his streams a lot. He's playing FF10 for the first time. He's a really good dude. Let's make sure I'm saved. So definitely stick around. Let me hold on and wait for this link also. I'm gonna go into the ending soon so you can all see what's coming up next. Oh, why is this music not playing? So on Sunday is the next stream. We will be doing, like I said, at least one video, I think Keen Bean, and then Crisis Core Reunion, y'all. But let me find this cross out Bryce subtext, because he reacts to my video. So anybody on YouTube especially, check that out. And everyone on Twitch, we're gonna raid into him. So please stick around, even for just like the raid itself. Just to show him some love. Yeah, Sunday is the next stream. We're gonna be, like I said, we're gonna start Crisis Core Reunion, which will be fun. Let me start the raid. So FF10, Cross Out Bryce is doing that. This has been a fun stream. It's good to get back to the original. Thank you for hanging out. AEP Tuts, I still don't know how to pronounce your name. We'll figure that out. We'll work on it. Chimera, Krimico, Apostolo, Shake Lloyd, Easy Mid, JV Dragon, Motionista, Cirque True, anybody I missed, Pimentex, Jake Lloyd, Jesse. Thank you all for hanging out. Rollin. So yes, we will raid in on Twitch right now. I will see you all Sunday, November 9th, 12 p.m. noon on the dot, hopefully. See you then.